The committee meets today to consider H.R. 187, the Default Prevention Act. I recognize myself for an opening statement. This morning, we will consider the Default Prevention Act introduced by Representative McClintock of California. We also have an amendment in the nature of a substitute that will build on Mr. McClintock's bill to take off the table the risk of defaulting on our debt, to protect our seniors, and to prioritize those who defend this nation each and every day. The amendment to the bill will also hold Washington politicians accountable by prohibiting them from being paid until all other federal obligations have been met. If debt limit negotiations are delayed, politicians in Washington, including the president, the vice president, members of Congress, won't get paid until we do our job. The Constitution vests Congress with the power of the purse. The will of Congress must be respected when the president spends tax dollars and dollars borrowed against our credit. Sadly, the Biden administration often spends money outside of congressional approval, most notably its student loan giveaway to the wealthy that is before the Supreme Court as we speak. Reining in that behavior is why the legislation before this committee today is all the more important. The Biden administration and congressional Democrats are misleading the public about Republicans' commitment to protecting our seniors and America's economic credibility. This legislation clarifies that record. I'm actually surprised my colleagues on the other side aren't supportive of this legislation. After all, the bill says we will never default on our debt, and seniors will always be protected. While I know this doesn't abolish the debt ceiling like so many of my Democrat counterparts have suggested and advocated for, surely this is a step they could support. This legislation allows us to remove the politics and fear-mongering that often clouds these debates. And it allows us to get on with the work to address America's debt limit and rein in the reckless spending that threatens our country's fiscal well-being and that of the American people. Working families are struggling right now because of the inflationary spending policies of the past 2 years. They need relief while we address our nation's debt limit. Despite record high revenues, this year we are expected to spend about $1.29 for every dollar of taxes we take in, and that's expected to grow to $1.40 for every dollar of revenue over the next 10 years. This makes it clear, Washington doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. And Washington hit the limit on what it can borrow. Despite the Democrats voting for a $2.5 trillion debt limit increase in December of 2021, the largest single debt limit increase in our nation's history. We once again reached the statutory debt this January. Given how quickly Democrats reached the borrowing limit they themselves set, it's time Congress exercise its constitutional prerogative to ensure that we protect America's credit and our seniors and prioritize our military, their families, and our national security. My amendment would require the Biden administration to abandon its brinksmanship that puts our nation in jeopardy. Instead, it should protect and proceed forward in a bipartisan way. The legislation that we will consider today is not a substitute. It is not a substitute for addressing the debt limit, but it would ensure that we could avoid default, as the United States would be able to service its debt, and as importantly, we would be able to continue to provide health and retirement security to America's seniors. The bill ensures the Biden administration will focus first and foremost on protecting those serving in uniform and veterans' benefits. Our veterans who have fought to protect this country and those who wear the uniform today must be a priority. Lastly, this bill tells the administration that certain areas of spending should be sent to the back of the line. It prohibits the Treasury from paying items such as congressional pay, White House pay, government travel, and so on, unless all other obligations of the federal government have already been met. Just like regular Americans, the President and Congress shouldn't get paid until the job is done. This good faith effort steers the nation in a responsible direction while we restore some fiscal sanity to our government. This is not in lieu of our other responsibilities to address America's debt limit. It complements those efforts. It is certainly no replacement for a responsible plan to roll back the wasteful and reckless government spending that we know exists in the federal budget. This legislation allows Treasury to issue new debt and even echoes calls from those who want to see the debt ceiling raised with zero fiscal reforms. But I suspect my friends on the other side will still find a way to put politics over people and oppose this good faith effort to avoid default and to protect seniors. Democrats will argue today that this bill pays China while ignoring the fact that the largest holders of our debt include the Social Security Trust Fund, the Federal Reserve, pension funds of union workers, and the 401ks of millions of retirees. If they suddenly care so much about China, why not support legislation that prioritizes the national security of American families and make sure our military men and women are paid? Where was the concern out of Washington Democrats over the last 2 years when they increased spending by $10 trillion and ran up record deficits that made us more beholden to China? What about the fact that taxpayer dollars from their so-called Inflation Reduction Act are being used to attract investment and ownership from the Chinese Communist Party right here in the United States? I haven't heard any of my friends raise any flags there, and the irony is crystal clear. Democrats trying to talk tough on China is, as we say in Missouri, hogwash. Congress should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's advance the Default Prevention Act while we work on the broader negotiations towards a plan to begin to put our fiscal house in order. I recognize Mr. Neal for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you should know we welcome this moment on the Democratic side. We are here now to go through a rite of passage for the new majority. They run on combating inflation and making the economy work for the American people, only to take control and to have Senator Scott and Senator Johnson, two Republicans, propose cuts in Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid in the name of fiscal responsibility, all while risking the full faith and credit of the United States and keeping unfunded tax cuts in which this committee, at the time with its majority, borrowed $2.3 trillion for a tax cut for the wealthy. Today, they are bringing forth legislation that acknowledges extremism before responsibility, potentially preventing the United States from paying its bills. This debate this morning is about Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria, the pandemic, tax cuts, the collapse of Wall Street with the bailout, the CARES Act, and indeed, the infrastructure bill. Debt prioritization is impossible, but that has not stopped our colleagues. So congratulations are in order. You've officially joined the ranks of what has happened in the past, only to revisit it in time and say, we were wrong. Republican and Democratic Treasury secretaries, along with bipartisan experts, have been telling us this won't work, and they've told us that for more than a decade. The Treasury makes an average of 5 million payments every day. You can't flag some in the computer to pay on time, leaving others past due. Prioritization legislation is a way of making default sound acceptable, not a way of preventing it. They want default to sound manageable by promising to pay some bills. Try that with your credit card. Republican extremism in this moment is the single largest threat to the national debt argument. And if governing were the goal, they would raise the debt ceiling just as they did 3 times under the former president. Even the most skilled Republican legislator of our time, Senator McConnell, and incidentally, sincerely, we wish him well, based upon the fall he took last night. He's in our thoughts, he's in our prayers as well for a speedy recovery. He knows this legislation is a sham, and it stands no chance in the United States Senate. The legislation doesn't protect anyone. It's an attempt to cover up the inability to govern, and the American people are going to see it for what it is. The Pay China First bill would make our colleagues responsible for delays in checks to Social Security recipients, put our military at risk, veterans not getting their benefits because they're in the second tier, banks and small businesses conceivably could collapse without cash flow for credit purposes, jobs disappearing, and more. We can't predict how bad this would be because it's never happened before. But we do know this: the other side really doesn't have a plan. Even talking about the default has real consequences. This is now the fourth time in the last decade they have set off on this course. In the summer of 2011, the impasse caused the Treasury to spend an additional $1.3 billion more in interest payments, according to the GAO. And of course, who could forget the U.S. credit rating was downgraded for the first time in our history. They followed up in 2013, losing an estimated 120,000 jobs. Rates for commercial paper rose as a direct result of the standoff, which disrupted private markets. Then, in the recent dispute in 2015, Treasury was forced to postpone the release of a new bond due to a lack of demand, a major blow to American credibility. And bill supply declined by $210 billion after Treasury was forced to reduce bill issuance. These are costs to taxpayers, and when they suggest in this extreme manner that they are going to inject themselves in a negative way into financial markets, taxpayers will bear the brunt of higher costs. The fact that we are having this conversation is irresponsible. When the American people entrusted Republicans to govern in the past, 2011, 2013, and 2015, I would have wished that they had learned some of those lessons. Let me say this with great clarity. The tiering system, the formula that has been devised that you are being asked to vote on this morning, is the following. We're saying here that China, which has about $1 trillion of America's debt, will be paid first, because if a nursing home closes in your district, they're in the fourth tier under Medicaid payments. That means that the nursing homes will go under in your respective congressional districts while this legislation pays China first. That issue is not in dispute. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
I want to thank the ranking member. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 187, the Default Prevention Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Sean Freeman, Chief Social Security Counsel and Deputy General Counsel, to provide the technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation. Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the Committee on Ways and Means. H.R. 187, as introduced by Representative McClintock of California, permanently removes the threat of the U.S. defaulting on its debt or failing to make timely Social Security payments as a result of the debt limit being reached. As introduced, in the event that the debt limit is reached, the bill directs the Secretary of the Department of Treasury to issue new debt obligations exempt from the debt limit to the extent necessary to pay the principal and interest on debt held by the public and by the Social Security trust funds. In addition, the legislation requires the Secretary to submit a weekly accounting to Congress of the principal on mature obligations and interest that is due or accrued, and on any obligations issued pursuant to the new authority. The amendment in the nature of a substitute strikes all after the enacting clause and inserts the amendment. Similar to the underlying bill, in the event that the debt limit is reached, the amendment in the nature of a substitute directs the Secretary to issue new debt obligations exempt from the debt limit to the extent necessary to pay the principal and interest on publicly held debt, and to issue to and redeem assets from the Social Security trust funds for the purposes of paying Social Security benefits. The amendment also extends this debt authority to the extent necessary to issue to and redeem assets from the Medicare trust funds and provide payments under the Medicare program. Additionally, after meeting the aforementioned obligations, the amendment directs the Secretary of the Treasury to prioritize meeting the remaining federal obligations as follows. First, the Secretary is prohibited from meeting any other remaining obligations unless the Secretary has already met the obligations of the Department of Defense and any obligations necessary to provide benefits under the Department of Veterans Affairs. Second, the amendment generally prohibits the Secretary from meeting obligations related to the compensation for official time, payment for government travel, and payments to the President, Vice President, and other members of the accepted service unless all other obligations, except for payments to members of Congress, have first been met. Third, the amendment specifically prohibits the Secretary from providing compensation to any member of Congress unless all other obligations have first been met. In addition, the amendment directs the Secretary to provide weekly reports to the House Committee on Ways and Means and the Senate Committee on Finance regarding the amount of new debt that has been issued under this authority on the obligations met and on the obligations unmet over the prior week. Finally, the amendment clarifies that the specific directive authority provided for by the amendment should not be interpreted as otherwise modifying any existing authority of the Secretary to prioritize the payment of certain obligations over others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. That concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Freeman, for your offering. Could you tell us how the tiering or the formula that's in front of us has been laid out? I believe that there are 4 tiers in the formula.
Yes, so there are 4 tiers that determine how obligations are to be met.
And where does Medicaid score in that?
Where does Medicaid?
Where is Medicaid listed in those tiers?
Medicaid is not specifically enumerated, and all unenumerated obligations would fall into the 3rd tier.
3rd tier. So the argument that I offered in my opening statement suggesting that it conceivably could happen that we would be obligated to pay China, which bears $1 trillion of U.S. debt. At the same time, those cuts could conceivably occur when you consider that 56 cents on the tax dollar is spent now on nursing home care, which is now a vastly middle-class entitlement. Is that an accurate reflection?
As the bill clarifies that aside from the directive enumerated obligations within it, it does not otherwise modify the existing authority for the Secretary of Treasury to prioritize. That would be a decision for the Secretary of Treasury.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further technical questions? Mr. Smith from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Freeman, for sharing with us your insight. I think it's important that we are having this markup today. And briefly, Mr. Freeman, can you explain that the difference between what the Treasury Secretary, the discretion that she would have currently, and then how this might add some emphasis to the decisions that could be made?
Yes, so this provides directive authority in addition to the existing general authority of the Treasury to prioritize payments by ensuring that payments to obligations other than the Department of Defense or benefits under the Department of Veterans Affairs, ensuring that those payments are met before all others. Additionally, it puts payments made for the compensation of, for instance, members of Congress, the President and Vice President, and federal travel behind all other non-enumerated payments.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, and to my colleagues, looking at history of various decisions that the executive branch has made during times of government shutdown and so forth, it invites some skepticism, certainly on my part, of I think some games that have been played in the past. And I think that this markup shows a good faith effort to prioritize the obligations that we have to make good on paying our debt to make good on our commitments to Social Security and Medicare and other areas of the government. I'll reserve my further comments for striking the last word, but I hope that we won't assume that the Treasury Secretary will just exercise her own discretion in ways that would be purely political in nature, and I yield back. Thank you.
For further questions, for further technical questions, I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Directing your attention to page 2, line 17, these first-class obligations, I want to be sure that I understand them. They are first debt held by the public, is that right?
That is correct, sir.
And then Social Security and Medicare.
That is correct, sir.
Is there any prioritization between those three? Is that the order in which they're to be considered, or are they all equal?
The text of the bill is silent as to order. There's no priority order amongst those.
With reference to debt to the public, is there any distinction between foreign debt and domestic debt?
No, sir. American and domestic debt holders would be paid at the same,
So first-class treatment is given to Chinese debt, Chinese-held debt?
Not according to the bill text.
Pardon?
Not according to the bill text, sir.
Well, I'm just saying payments to Chinese debt holders would be included among the debts to the public that are given first-class treatment.
There's nothing specific related to Chinese debt holders. All debt holders would be treated equally under the bill.
So the Chinese debt holders would be treated just like anyone else and given first-class treatment?
Any debt holder is treated equally under this bill.
Okay. And then let me ask you there on page 3, line 10, about the second class of obligations. What are the obligations of the Department of Defense? Would that include, for example, compensation to a private going through basic training, or to a sergeant or sailor who's on the front lines in Europe?
That would include any obligation under the Department of Defense.
And they are not given first-class treatment, are they?
I would not agree with your characterization.
They're in your second class.
They are in for the category of Tier 2.
Tier 2, the second tier, right?
The second in order.
All right. And with regard to the third class, where are FEMA grants for disaster relief? Where do they come in? In case we have a hurricane or another climate-related disaster.
Certainly, any unenumerated, and there are 10 enumerated obligations in this bill, any unenumerated obligations would be in the third tier.
Would that also apply to grants for medical research on the diseases that afflict so many of our neighbors?
That would apply to any unenumerated obligation within the bill.
So that would include medical research?
Any unenumerated obligation within the bill, sir.
And how about Pell Grants for students who are trying to go through college?
Again, any unenumerated obligation within the bill would fall into the third tier.
Is a
at the
Pell
discretion.
Grant an unenumerated
I'm sorry?
item?
Pardon?
Is a Pell Grant unenumerated?
There are 10 enumerated obligations. Those obligations are, as you've previously mentioned, public debt, Social Security, Medicare, the Department of Defense, the Department of Benefits under the Department of Veterans Affairs, official union time, payment and compensation for executive branch officials, and payment and compensation for members of Congress.
How about the Border Patrol?
That was not one of the enumerated
Not
obligations.
a
This is limited to those
first-class
10.
priority or even a second-class priority. How about the FBI? Is it a first-class or a second-class priority?
Sir, any priority that is not one of the enumerated is yes.
Under this proposal, which federal obligations do you believe would not be paid?
Sir, while it's not my call to determine what is paid or what is not paid, that is the discretion of both the Secretary of Treasury and the members of Congress. So I will defer to.
And for Class 1 obligations, you would anticipate that there would be that additional debt could be incurred, that new bonds could be issued.
Yes, the bill provides additional authority to issue debt for those specific obligations.
Thank you very much.
Further technical questions? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a few questions about how this bill treats investors, those who hold U.S. Treasuries, because just want to clarify after some of the comments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who seem a little confused with how this affects debt holders. So just want to clarify. This bill doesn't favor any debt holders over others.
No, this bill is neutral when it comes to debt holders.
And is it true that about 2/3 of our debt is held domestically by American individuals?
That is my understanding, yes, about 2/3.
Yeah, so these are individuals that presumably invest in U.S. Treasuries. They may hold Treasuries as part of their nest egg or for a variety of reasons. They would be protected in the first tier, just like any other holder of debt.
They would be treated equal, that's correct.
So there would be no special treatment of any foreign entity that is holding debt. This would protect all holders of U.S. debt equally.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Recognize the gentleman, Mr. Thompson, for technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. You're doing an excellent job. Did I understand correctly in your response to Congressman Doggett that in the Tier 1 obligations, the Secretary of the Treasury would be able to offer additional bonds?
Not additional to existing authority, but it would not, the debt issue would not be limited by the current debt limit.
So we could find ourselves in a position where we pay China first because they're a bondholder, and we turn around, we borrow more money from China to pay the rest of our bills.
Can you restate your question?
We would pay China first and then turn around and borrow more money from China to meet our other obligations.
That would be at the discretion of who purchases our debts.
So that is
and who holds our
a
debt.
possibility. Thank you. I yield back. I yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Just to seek further clarification on that point. So new debt without any debt limit applying can be issued to pay for Social Security and Medicare because of the concern you have to see that those checks keep going out.
This bill authorizes the Secretary of Treasury to issue additional debt outside of the limit for that purposes of those three
So that
obligations.
those checks on Social Security and Medicare and the debt to the Chinese and everybody else will be paid, right?
This bill removes the limitation on the debt limit for the purposes of issuing those.
How
those
much debt does the Secretary have discretion to issue to ensure that that private I was talking about going through basic training, or that lieutenant, sergeant, sailor who's defending our country around the world, so that they can be paid? How much debt can be issued?
Under this bill, the exact same discretion that the Secretary of Treasury currently has.
You're saying that, so can any, when you say the exact discretion, can the Secretary issue a dime of new debt to see that our military is paid?
This
Under the
does
terms of
this
your
does
bill?
nothing to modify the current existing debt
That's great.
for that
Let me-
obligation.
Can the Secretary currently issue new debt to pay for military pay?
That's not something that this bill addresses.
Well, this bill chose to address the issuance of new debt to pay for Social Security, Medicare, and Chinese bondholders. Does it provide the same authority, or by the terms of the language at page 1, line 13, does it deny that authority for paying our military?
This bill does not deny any authority to provide
Does it
debt
fail
under
to
the
grant
existing
authority to pay our military, sir? Let's not beat around the bush here.
I'm sorry?
It does not grant any authority, does it, under the terms of line 13, beginning at line 13? It does not grant any authority to the Secretary of Treasury to issue new debt to pay our military.
Those lines strictly apply to managing or to payment of the principal and interest on public debt and Social Security and Medicare expenses.
And excludes the military. Thank you, sir.
Recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Freeman. A few questions here. So the definition of default, as I understand it, if you would just confirm, is when someone or some entity fails to pay their obligations to their creditors, their principal and interest to their creditors. That is when you have a default, is that correct?
That is a commonly held definition, yes.
So this bill would take that off the table.
This bill would prevent the debt limit from impeding our ability to meet our debt obligations.
So it would take default off the table in the negotiations over the debt limit.
Yes, in that sense, yes.
Okay. In answering my colleague, Mr. Smucker's question about treating all bondholders the same, does that mean if you don't pay one of the bondholders, you will default?
Under the definition, yes.
So you treat them the same, but if one of them you don't pay, you're in default,
That would be the common understanding of default.
regardless of who they are and where they come from. We borrowed from them, and in this bill, we are paying them.
Irrespective of whether they are a foreign or domestic debt holder, correct?
Over the last 2 years, under this president, current president, and in Democrat control of this chamber and in the upper chamber, there were $6 trillion borrowed to advance their legislative agenda. $6 trillion in deficit spending. Is that part of what we're talking about in terms of servicing the debt, paying our creditors? Would that be a part of the mix?
As a result of the lack of revenues to cover those outlays that were authorized, that was generally financed, the difference was generally financed by debt, which this would be a part of.
Okay, so the $6 trillion in deficit spending is part of the mix of our commitment to pay and service the debt to our creditors, and that's clear. So and last question. This piece of legislation we're considering that takes default off the table, pays our creditors, including those that we owe now because of the $6 trillion in deficit spending over the last 2 years, does not prohibit in any way our Democrat friends and our president from coming to the negotiating table with ideas for restraining spending as we raise the debt limit. And if that scenario were to occur, this would be almost a moot issue.
There would be nothing in this bill that would preclude those discussions from happening.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to the debate on the merits of the proposal. We all have different characterizations of it, and I'm looking forward to doing that. I have, however, a technical question because I'm trying to figure out what the bill is. How would it work? How many payments do we make in a year on the national debt?
On the national debt?
Yes.
I don't have that figure.
I've heard the number 1.28 billion payments. The chairman mentioned 5 million every day. Is that basically in the ballpark?
I'm not sure, but the volume of payments is not addressed in this bill.
You don't know how many payments would be made if this bill were in effect.
It would be the same amount of payments that would be made.
And if the number is 1.28 billion, that's what would be done.
If you, as you say.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd like to have the witness explain is how exactly the 5 million payments a day or 1.28 billion in the course of the year will be done mechanically. How will the objective of this bill be accomplished given the reality of how we currently operate?
Sir, the bill does not constrain the Secretary of Treasury in how they will meet this obligation or
I
speak to any
understand
specifics
that.
of that.
I'm asking, how will it operate? You're not constraining the Secretary. How will the Secretary and the Department of Treasury be able to prioritize 1.28 billion payments a year?
As the bill does not speak to that specifically, I would defer to the Chairman or the Secretary of Treasury on that question.
Is that not a technical issue that we should know before we launch on this path of requiring the Treasury to prioritize 2.8 billion payments a year through whatever convoluted means you have?
Sir,
Tomorrow will be a great day to ask that question with Secretary Yellen, so we can
This
answer
is
that.
your proposal, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking your technical representative to answer a simple question.
That was not a technical question.
It
and
is
he's
a
there to
technical
answer
question.
technical questions.
How do you make 1.28 billion payments? How is the Secretary
He told
going
you
to
that
be
it's
able to
not
do that?
addressed in the bill, and so he answered that. He said it's not addressed in the bill.
Mr. Blumenauer, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Blumenauer has the time.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, this is
protecting the witness,
a
so-
very salient point, knowing how it works. This is the one expert we've got. I just want to know how the 1.28 billion payments mechanically are going to be prioritized. That's a technical question that I think any member of this committee who's asked to vote for this ought to be able to get an answer.
Sir, as that goes outside the technical nature of the text within the bill, I would defer to the Chairman once again.
I yield the balance of my time to Mr.
I
Doggett.
need to ask you technically the nature of your response to Mr. Arrington that you are taking default off the table with this bill. Is that directed solely to the language at the debt to the public on page 2, that there's no default because you're paying all bondholders?
Sir, the authority would allow for continued payments to be made to
Yes, sir.
debt holders,
And that's the basis for saying that we've taken default off the table.
as Mr. Arrington described
As
it.
Mr. Arrington said. How about the legal obligation to pay the Border Patrol, to pay the military, that their salaries every month? Does this bill permit default on those obligations?
This bill does not preclude the meeting of those obligations.
But it does not authorize it and does not authorize any new debt in order to make those payments, does it?
The existing authority that is available to the U.S. government to make those
Well,
payments.
I
is not
appreciate
precluded
your
by this.
ability to evade, but this bill clearly does not provide the same treatment for the military and for the Border Patrol as for Chinese bondholders, and that's explicit in the bill, and you do not take default off the table to those brave people.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to touch on something that my friend and colleague, the ranking member from Massachusetts, said when he talked about Social Security cuts, and he referenced Senators Scott and Johnson. Before I got to Congress as a Georgian, I always wanted 2 Bulldogs, 2 Falcons, and 2 Atlanta Braves to be my pallbearers so they could let me down one last time. Now that I'm in Congress, I just know that I need 6 senators because they'll do it every single time. My point is that the Senate, whatever those folks in the upper chamber believe is the right thing to do on Social Security, it's still got to come through here. And Mr. Neal, I just want to assure you and the American people as chairman of the Social Security Subcommittee that going through regular order, there will be no cuts to Social Security. So I think we should take that conversation off the table. And it's something that our ranking member and I share, is that we shall not cut those. So whatever the senators say and propose, well, God bless them, that's their position, but it's not the position of the House of Representatives. So with that, Mr. Freeman, and to reiterate what my colleague from Texas, Mr. Arrington, said, this will treat all debt holders the same, and if you default on one, then you default on all?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we default, our ability to issue debt for anything our ability is greatly compromised, or will come at an extremely high cost that we cannot afford.
That's a generally held belief, yes.
Okay. Just want to reiterate that point. So if we don't pay the bondholders, then we would not be able to borrow, say, $6 trillion, as my colleagues have done over the past couple of terms, to fund Green New Deal initiatives, to expand the size of government, and to take more money out of the pockets of hardworking Americans. If we default, then they can't borrow more money for their rainbows and unicorn dreams. Is that correct?
Unless we have enough sufficient revenues to meet those outlays, we would generally be required to.
And we've not had sufficient revenues to do those things without borrowing in significant amounts.
Generally since the 1930s.
Okay. So bottom line, if we default on any of these, then we basically lose the ability to keep the government open anyway.
It would be extremely difficult, sir.
Okay, all right, good. Just wanted to make that point. And so if we were going to reach this point and the $2 trillion that was raised the last time, we probably should have been a lot more judicious in the expenditures of all of these programs that we're having to borrow for, and make a greater case of justification for borrowing this money, so that we didn't reach this debt limit so quickly. That would be my observation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascarell.
I find it remarkable, and that's the word I want to use right now, that there's such an effort to take Social Security off the table. I know it's a live wire, but you haven't heard the end of it. Because if you take it off the table, don't worry about it. You go back to the language of 2015 and 2011, same language. What about the administration? What about the Social Security Administration? You would say that this also for the Social Security Administration? I mean, they got to get paid. They got to do their job, continue to do their job. Or do you want to eliminate the administration, the Social Security Administration?
So, sir, to questions of what I want, since that's outside the scope, but I will address the preceding portion. Nothing in this text prohibits the payment of obligations related to the processing of Social Security benefits. Generally, those administrative costs for the processing and payment of Social Security benefits are covered by the Social Security trust funds, which this provides the authority to borrow and redeem to.
Well, you've said multiple times that nothing in the legislation prevents. And I find that to be very, very interesting in terms of you're placing before us legislation, not you personally, but you're placing before us specific legislation to ease our minds about default. You have not in any way, I want you to know this, not your fault. You're only here to do your technical job. Thank you for doing that. But you have no idea.
This is the official definition of vaccine hesitancy, according to the World Health Organization. But it's become a catch-all to broadly describe the...
I'm not a ventriloquist, that's something else. But you can't guarantee us anything. And that's not because you're inadequate, it's because we are inadequate. And for such a critical issue, and I'll end on this point, such a critical issue we're talking about. I mean, this is the whole ball of wax for the next 2 years. I believe that this is going to be a critical issue in the campaign next year. That's what I personally believe. That's only my belief. It's going to be a humdinger to convince senior citizens, and we don't mean you, soldiers, we don't mean you. Well, who in God's name do you mean? You certainly don't mean China. It's a little confusing for the average person. That's why the average person isn't here today. They don't even know about this till recently. This is a subject I think that needs to be discussed a few days. We're talking about the whole gazilla here. $32 trillion. That's what we're talking about. And you're not going to put it to sleep.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman, I'd like to walk through what this bill does again. Can you explain how this bill treats public debt, Social Security, and Medicare?
Certainly, sir. This debt provides the Treasury Secretary with directive authority to issue additional debt outside of the debt limit for the purposes of paying the principal and interest on public debt, on Social Security, and to meet Medicare payments. So it allows, it prevents the debt ceiling from prohibiting the issuance of debt for those specific obligations.
So let's get this straight. This bill would allow us to continue serving our debt to protect our credit and prevent a default. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so no longer, how many times we try to kick this horse, it ain't going to move. We're not going to affect Social Security, we're not going to affect Medicare, and we're going to pay the debts we have to pay right away. Is we're going to prevent a default. Is that correct?
It will prevent the debt limit from doing that, yes.
Okay, just one other thing. It would allow us to continue to pay for Social Security and Medicare. If otherwise we couldn't because of the debt ceiling. So everything we're doing here today is something about responsibility. And I think you know what I'd like to see up here on the dais? Hardworking American taxpayers. I've always been told that, you cannot expect, Kelly, the government to run the way people run business in the private sector. And my answer is, you're damn right. Because in the private sector, there's no way you could run any business the way we run this business and continue to be irresponsible in what we do to the future. This debt is unbelievable, and what we're trying to do is to prevent this catastrophe that our friends on the other side are saying. I know the push is, if we can go to Social Security, if we can go to Medicare, we're going to get those people that really react to that kind of a push. That's a cattle prod. This bill prevents that from happening. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, well, listen, I want to thank you for your patience and keep explaining over and over and over again what it is that they're trying to get to. We are not going to default. And we're going to protect Social Security. We're going to protect Medicare. We're going to take care of all the things we need to take care of, and we are not going to default. That's the whole purpose of today's conversation. I'm sorry if it doesn't meet their narrative, but this is exactly what it is that we are doing. Is that correct?
Yes, this bill would prevent the debt limit from causing a default.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Freeman, you indicated that, this bill is characterized as a default prevention act. And in it, there are a number of priorities that will be taken care of first. I just want to touch for a moment on the foreign debt obligations that the United States has. There are primarily 5 countries: Japan, number 1, China, the UK, Ireland, and Luxembourg. What is our obligation under this plan to China, and what is the priority that we place in this plan to pay that obligation without raising the debt ceiling?
Sure. This bill does nothing to modify any obligation we have with China. It does, however, allow public debt holders some assurance that they will receive that they will.
Okay, so the Chinese government is run by the Chinese Communist Party, and we would pay those obligations before we would pay veterans benefits and U.S. soldiers pay.
There's nothing in here that would require payment before. It would allow for payment
Hang on a
in a
second.
timely manner.
You've got a projected $1.4 trillion deficit. You've got a $2 trillion deficit annually over the next 10 years. There obviously, in your plan, has to be priorities because you can't meet all of the priorities that the United States government has without raising the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling was raised under the previous administration 3 times. So if you can't pay everybody, your plan to so-called default prevention has to establish who gets paid and who doesn't. I mean, the math doesn't work. So, again, I ask you, China would be a priority in your plan without raising the debt ceiling.
I defer to whether or not the debt ceiling is raised to Congress, but
Well, no, this is what this is all about. So, in the second tier, you have veterans benefits and U.S. soldiers pay, who will get paid if there's money left. But you can't pay out more than you have here without raising the debt ceiling. Have you taken into account the economic consequences of not raising the debt ceiling based on economists' reports, throwing the U.S. economy in 2024 into recession, losing 2.6 million jobs?
as to that being outside of the nature of the technical portion of the bill, I would defer.
That's
to the chairman.
nonsense. These are irreducibly essential pieces to the very thing that you're talking about. You can't advance a Default Prevention Act without having the numbers add up. These numbers don't add up. And you're prioritizing foreign debt holders over the American people. This is hurting American families. No response.
Sir, was that a question?
Here's my question, the one that you won't answer. And that is, if our foreign obligations to debt holders are prioritized, then others are deprioritized, including United States veterans benefits and U.S. soldiers pay, and Medicaid, which is a substantial payer for long-term care for American people. Those are very valid concerns. So my question is, are you prioritizing the China Communist Party over veterans, U.S. soldiers, and seniors?
Sir, to clarify, I am not prioritizing anything, and the amendment doesn't either.
Well, we're legislators. This is a technical discussion about the legislation that the other side plans to approve. So these are very relevant questions as it relates to the technicality of what it is we're being asked to consider.
So I'll defer to the body on the relevance, but it is outside of the technical nature of the operation of the bill, so I will defer to the chairman on that.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to swallow my rage when people not understanding debt markets. You can't give us speeches about protecting full faith and credit and then with some of these questions. The piece of legislation, does it create a new authorization for Treasury to prioritize, or does it reconfirm the 1980s GAO memo?
So if I understand your question correctly, the legislation does nothing to modify existing authority of the Secretary of Treasury to prioritize.
So my understanding is what you're saying is the legislation actually does not change because the authority already exists. It does nothing more, particularly as we just heard in some of the previous questions, it actually should provide a reassurance to international debt and domestic debt markets.
So the legislation contains a no inference clause to make it clear that nothing in this legislation as a result of the directive authority provided should be inferred as implying that there is not existing authority of the Department of Treasury to prioritize.
When the Treasury issues a U.S. sovereign, does it issue a China bond compared to a domestic union bond or pension bond? Are they labeled differently?
When issuing debt, they are not. Not along those categories. There are different types of debt that are issued, but not along those categories.
Does the piece of legislation change liquidity, the movement of bonds, the multi-trillion-dollar world debt market that's constantly moving this debt back and forth across the world?
The legislation does nothing to modify that.
Does the legislation comprehend that if we actually engaged in some of the lunacy here of you'd produce a China bond and pay it differently than the bond over here in a pension system, what that would do to debt markets, U.S. Credit ratings, liquidity in the world?
The legislation does not address or recognize a difference in the type of bondholder.
Does the legislation actually conceptually shore up belief in full faith and therefore interest rate stability in in our bond auctions? Because as you all know, we've actually seen coverage in some of our most recent issuances having lower and lower subscriptions.
So I'll defer to the bond markets on how they receive this, but what it does do is allow the Secretary of Treasury to continue to meet those obligations.
And once again, the legislation affirmatively communicates to the world debt markets that their money, because we use that money to finance all these things, will actually stay priority, therefore maximizing efficiency in our costs and our interest rates and our ability to continue to issue debt.
It ensures that the debt limit does not hinder that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've discussed the payment of obligations from Treasury, and my colleagues have mentioned, Treasury makes an average of 5 million transactions per business day. So in order to do so, Treasury uses automated systems that are programmed to pay obligations in the order that they're due. So my question is, have you consulted with Treasury and frankly all the agencies that send them payment files to see how long it would take to buy or build a new system that can take, code payments to be paid out of order, because that's what this legislation suggests that is done? Or do you have an estimate of how long this would take, how much that would cost, or how long it's going to take for Tier 1 payments based on this legislation, how long they're going to be delayed if Treasury has to do that manually for 5 million each day? Have you researched or discussed with agencies about any of this?
Within the context of this bill, that is not addressed.
Well, I'd argue, as some of my colleagues talk about running things like a business, I think as opposed to talking theoretically here, it would probably have been important to have a hearing before having a markup on this legislation to actually understand what can actually be done, because it's pretty clear no one's even thought through this, and that's incredibly irresponsible. And you say that there's been nothing done to look into that.
That's not what I said, but it is outside.
Well, you said you have no information about
that is outside
whether or not
that's
you
actually
could
the technical nature.
outside. So whether you can actually do anything that's talked about this bill is outside, I guess, everyone's purview. So I think that's irresponsible. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope everybody in the committee here today, Republican and Democrat, was able to go to the CBO directors meeting yesterday, because this is where actually numbers make sense, or numbers really in that part were scary. And I'm disappointed in my Democratic colleagues that want to turn everything emotional and play upon the fears of our seniors or those receiving benefits, because that's not the case here. We're trying to be adults in the room, but Republican and Democrat, be good stewards of the of the American dollar, and I believe this is what this legislation does. Yes, Republican and Democrat are responsible in past administrations for the quandary and the conundrum where we are now, period, point blank. And so let's not play upon the emotions of the American people. Let us try to actually work towards saving our country in the future. This is where priority payments are made. And my good friend colleague from Arizona pointed out, if we don't pay our debt, markets crash, and then all the other things don't matter at all. Don't matter at all. So a technical question here for you is, does this legislation prioritize Social Security and Medicare?
It ensures that the debt limit does not prevent them from being paid.
Point blank, we just have to make priorities because we cannot, regardless of which administration is present, and there is, again, guilt on both sides of the stream on this, we can't keep going in the way that we're going because this nation will then have so much debt we will be absolutely underwater. We won't be able to pay our Social Security. We won't be able to pay our veterans. We won't be able to pay those mandatory spendings that have actually grown out of control. So we're trying, in my opinion, yes or no, we're trying to prioritize things so our debt does not kill us. Is that correct?
So the bill allows certain obligations to be met through additional debt, certain obligations to be met through additional debt issuance outside the limit, those obligations being meeting public debt obligations, Social Security, and Medicare.
All right. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The representative from California, Ms. Chu.
Yes, I want to ask about the Republican proposal to establish tiers for debt payments. My understanding is that Tier 1 obligations are guaranteed for payment because there can be new debt issuance above the statutory limit. Is that correct?
Outside of the limit, that's correct.
Outside of the limit, yeah. Tier 2 obligations can be paid if there's cash on hand.
Like all other obligations, if there is cash to pay for it, they can be paid, yes.
Tier 3 might not get those obligations paid if there's not enough cash on hand.
If there is insufficient cash on hand, it would be at the discretion of the Treasury based on how much cash is at hand.
Okay, so my perception is correct. So my question is, are bondholders in Tier 1?
Bondholders aren't, but debt that bondholders hold is.
Okay. Are veterans obligations in Tier 2?
Those are in the second tier, that's correct.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm sorry. Those are in the second tier.
Okay. And are seniors on Medicaid in nursing homes, are they in Tier 3?
Any unenumerated obligation is in Tier 3.
And so therefore, are seniors on Medicaid in nursing homes in Tier 3?
If they're not covered by any one of the other enumerated obligations, then yes.
How about foster children?
Any unenumerated obligation is in Tier 3.
So they would be in Tier 3.
If any unenumerated obligation is in Tier 3.
So bondholders, 30% of whom are in foreign countries, are the first priority in getting their obligations paid. But veterans may not get paid, and seniors on Medicaid in a nursing home have even less of a chance of getting the obligations paid. I think this is so wrong, and I can't believe Republicans are prioritizing bondholders from foreign countries over our veterans and our seniors. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so very, very much. I have a question as well about the tiered system, and I was happy to hear that somehow this legislation prioritizes Social Security and Medicare, which has an impact on all of our senior citizens. But there's the population of seniors is so heterogeneous so that I'm concerned about those seniors who are dual eligible for Medicaid and Medicare. and I think Ms. Chu indicated one class of people who would be in nursing homes. You indicated, what is the mechanism for teasing out those seniors who are eligible for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, the dual eligibles, so that they can move from Tier 3 prioritization to Tier 1?
Could you restate, I'm sorry, could you restate your question? What is the mechanism for?
What I'm saying is that there are dual eligibles, that there are, there are people who are seniors who are very wealthy and they're eligible for Medicare, but there are people who are eligible for Medicaid. And so when we prioritize, if it were possible, and I think, Representative Del Bene sort of indicated that there are 5 million transactions a day, how would you tease out those folks who are eligible for Medicare in Tier 1, but they need Medicaid because they're in a nursing home or they're poor? Is there any mechanism that this prioritization would allow those folks who are on Medicaid that are also eligible, because some people are eligible for Medicaid, they're kids, and so they're not eligible for Medicare. But those people who are disabled or poor or elderly, is there any mechanism for teasing out their Tier 3 benefit and adding it to the Tier 1
Yeah, so I
payout?
think I understand. Thank you for the clarification. This amendment applies to obligations, not individuals. So it would be dependent entirely on what obligation is being drawn upon.
Oh, okay, so if you are eligible for Medicare and Medicaid, you would get the Medicare benefit, but you wouldn't get the Medicaid benefit under the prioritization scheme. Is that correct?
This bill does not preclude anyone from getting any benefits, but it would address obligations in different manners.
Well, I know that you won't be allowed to answer the question as to whether or not you think that that's a practical plan. So I will yield back, since I don't want to embarrass you with that question. I yield back.
It's clearly not embarrassing. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for a technical question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Freeman, for answering these questions. My questions are technical. And I just, first, in order to make sure I frame the question properly, you've already addressed this, but I just want to make sure for specific instances, it's clear that, for example, funded work at the National Institutes of Health is not specifically identified, and so that would fall into which of the tiers?
Yeah, any of the unenumerated obligations would fall into Tier 3.
And would that be also true for federal law enforcement officers?
Again, if it's not an enumerated obligation or related to one of the enumerated obligations, it would go into.
Which would include, I presume, border security personnel, Customs and Border Patrol?
That's not one of the enumerated obligations.
Okay. What about within the IRS, personnel to process tax refunds to small businesses or to families that are due refunds? Is that specifically enumerated in Tier 1 or 2?
The specifically enumerated obligations are public debt, Social Security, Medicare, official union time, federal travel, federal executive pay generally, and pay for members of Congress.
Okay, just to be clear though, that means that the personnel that would be responsible for processing tax refunds would not be, their salaries would not be funded. Presumably they would not be on the job to perform those responsibilities. I know that second part might not be within your wheelhouse, but they are not in the top priority. They could be subject to rescission under this, or
so this
suspension.
does not provide any rescission. Or
I used the wrong term, but they would not. They would not fall into the higher two categories.
It would, if not enumerated and not related to one of the enumerated, be in the third tier.
Is there language anywhere in the legislation that identifies critical, essential personnel for public health or safety within any of the departments that are not specifically identified, or agencies or functions that are not specifically identified?
Again, unless it falls within one of the obligations in the enumerated obligations, it's not expressly spoken to.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarity on this, and I think there is maybe some difference of view in terms of the way we're approaching this. I know some of my colleagues on the other side want to characterize some of our positions as being confusion. We're not confused. Or a lack of understanding of how the bond markets work. I worked in that field for a long time. I get it. We differ on the policy. We differ on the priorities. And so I just think that as a matter of course, these priorities are the wrong priorities, and I think that's where, in the later part of this meeting, we'll probably get into more detail. And just one final point before I yield back. I do agree with Mr. Murphy. Somebody has to be the adults in the room. My experience is that adults pay all their bills. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to make sure that I'm accurate, that individuals with disabilities, both adults and children, are in Tier 3. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, sir. Again, to clarify, individuals are not obligated or any of the tier. This goes based on the obligation, the federal obligation. For instance, individuals with disabilities through the Social Security Disability Insurance Program are included in the first tier that allows for additional debt payment to be made to meet Social Security Trust Fund obligations.
So they could possibly be considered in an earlier tier
So again,
payment?
yeah, again, and again, this language is not specific to individuals, it's specific to the funding of the obligations. So it would depend on the individual.
But then in all likelihood, the bondholders would be paid, and if there's any money left, then perhaps they would get consideration.
And also to clarify, since additional debt obligations can be made for the first tier, revenues would be open for the remainder of the federal budget.
So it is possible then that they would not be relegated to payment third time after bondholders have been taken care of.
So individuals on disability insurance, yes, again, are included in the first tier.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Lady from New York, Ms. Malatakis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for clarifying what this bill does and what it doesn't do. Yesterday we had the CBO come before us, and they were giving us an important presentation. Unfortunately, a lot of the members were not there. Every member should have been there to hear what he had to say. So in the next 10 years, Americans will pay $10.5 trillion just on the interest on our debt. That's more than we paid in the last 80 years. Debt to GDP ratio, 120%. When I was born in 1980, it was 35%. And it's projected over the next 30 years that the debt held by the public will be 195% of the GDP. That is extraordinarily dangerous fiscal path that we're on. And so we need to work together in a bipartisan manner to fix the fiscal trajectory of this country and make sure that we're responsibly paying down our debt and controlling spending. And I hope that we can work together to achieve that for the future of this country. Now, this bill, the Default Prevention Act, ensures the U.S. does not default on its debt. I hear a lot of rhetoric from the other side, but let me ask you what this bill does and does not do. Is it correct that this bill ensures that the U.S. does not default on its debt?
Yes, it removes the barrier of the debt limit for that purpose.
And does it protect our seniors by preserving Medicare and Social Security?
Yes,
Make sure we pay them, right?
correct.
Okay. Does it protect the benefits and the pay of our veterans and our military?
It puts them in the first priority of obligation.
Make sure they're being paid, they receive their benefits. And if we don't do our job, it's the president, the vice president, us, the members of Congress, that don't get paid.
Yes, it requires that the president, vice president, members of Congress are the last in line for payment.
I'm hearing from the other side regarding China and prioritizing China. So, Mr. Freeman, can you clarify for me on page 2 of this amendment, starting on line 17, I see where Treasury can issue new debt to make sure we don't default and to make sure that we pay Social Security benefits and Medicare benefits. Where in this section does it say that we will pay treasuries held by China before those held by pension funds of our workers or the 401ks and the mutual funds of millions of retirees? Does that language say that anywhere?
No, there is no language in this bill to that effect.
Okay, I hope that satisfies my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who keep saying otherwise.
Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, is recognized.
Brings to mind Finley Peter Dunn is saying, you know, trust everyone but cut the cards. I like to submit for the record the Republican blueprint to save America, and I'll reference that later on. But first, Mr. Freeman, thank you. You're very patient, and you're doing a great job under, I guess, are trying circumstances. And why? Because there's far more questions that are being asked with no answers. My question, has this bill had a hearing?
The debt limit has been discussed at 2 prior hearings, I believe.
Pardon?
I believe that the debt limit and
Does
management...
the gentleman yield?
Yes.
They've been at the 2 filled hearings. Debt limit and spending and default have been discussed at both. One of them was a question that I specifically brought up at West Virginia. We would encourage you to attend.
Specifically on this bill?
It was the State of America's Economy, which covered
That's not a
default
bill.
and
That's
debt.
a philosophy.
One question on default. One question, and that's a hearing?
So there's been no hearing on this bill. There are enormous questions of substance on both sides, with good points that can be exchanged, et cetera. Including, I appreciate the fact that we recognize that under the Trump administration, without question, the debt ceiling was raised 3 times, without question. And now we're having a markup where we haven't had a specific hearing, and members on both sides have great questions and great positions on this. And so, when we say, and I associate myself with the remarks of the chairman, you can imagine our concern because of the prioritization. And look, I understand this is in a reaction and concern because you got way out front, as your blueprint understood, about cutting Social Security and Medicare, and now you're doing the Michael Jackson moonwalk to pretend like it didn't happen and provide some kind of a solution where we're supposed to, don't worry that we're going to drive this car off the cliff. We're going to ask you to put your seatbelt on before you do it. So, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully say that I think we ought to adjourn and have a hearing on this bill.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this so-called Debt Protection Act would not prevent a default on the full faith and credit of the United States. There is no way for the U.S. Treasury to pay some bills while defaulting on others. Debt prioritization is just a default by another name. This would lead to economic chaos. This Republican bill would not protect seniors or people with disabilities. Instead, it is a brazen attempt to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are here to govern. That means paying for what Congress has already authorized. Republicans have raised the debt ceiling 3 times in the previous administration. There's no need for these political games. We should be very serious about dealing with the economy for workers and families. We cannot default on the national debt. We must uphold our strong economic standing and protect American workers and families. I look forward to working together to raise the debt. So I share with you, Mr. Chairman, in my judgment, we need to get serious about this. No longer can we practicate and don't face up to the facts that we must deal with this economic debt. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I did attend the West Virginia field hearing. I wasn't in Oklahoma City, but I don't remember a single question or comment about prioritizing the bills we were going to pay in the event of not being able to raise the debt ceiling. And I try to look at this from a business perspective. So, Mr. Freeman, first, this bill is only really relevant or meaningful if we fail to raise the debt ceiling. Is that correct?
The legislation becomes effective at any such time after the debt limit is reached.
Okay, great, excellent. So then we can't borrow any more money to pay the bills except Tier 1, the things you've gone over a number of times.
Well, we're actually presently in the state where the debt limit has been reached, and we are still providing for the funding of the federal government using extraordinary measures. So this doesn't preclude that. It does provide additional authority, however, to issue debt.
So we can't borrow any more money. We could raise taxes, but we'll never do. And we're going to run out of extraordinary measures. So isn't prioritization essentially equivalent to deciding which bills we're not going to pay?
That would go outside of the scope of the
Okay. That does, from a business standpoint, that's exactly what it seems like. But I appreciate that. I know you may not be an expert on global debt markets, but how do you think global debt markets worldwide would respond if we couldn't and we're not paying our own federal employees?
Again, my opinion is outside of the scope of the technical nature of the amendment, so I'll defer to the chair on.
All right. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Freeman. Thank you for your patience and answers to the questions here. They're very much appreciated. To my friend, Mr. Schweikert, I apologize. I'm going to ask some clarifying questions about the debt, but I'm happy to sit down and talk about it any time with you as well. Basic question. What's the difference between a debt obligation and other financial obligations within this bill or within the conversation we're having here?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that?
What's the difference between a debt obligation and other obligations that we're talking about? You're saying that this bill makes certain we would never forfeit on our debt, but I want to understand the difference between a debt obligation and other obligations.
Yeah, so the debt obligations are explicitly defined in Tier 1. As the debt held by the public. So those are publicly issued debt obligations that are issued by the Department of Treasury.
So that's about the $23 trillion of debt held by U.S. taxpayers, but also foreign countries and foreign nationals. Is that correct?
It would be the debt held by the public.
Okay, but about a third of that debt held, but we're not talking about just the U.S. public. I just want to be clear. It's the obligation, all obligations, debt held by about a third of that is foreign countries and foreign nationals.
That's correct. About 2/3 is held domestically.
Okay, so again, I don't mean to ask an obvious question, but for clarity, payments to our military, payments to federal employees, Pell Grants recipients, providers and hospitals waiting for Medicaid payments for services they've already provided to patients, small businesses that have already provided goods and services to the federal government waiting to get paid, are these considered debts?
Not in the context of this bill.
Okay, so
would not paying, for example, that small business that provided services over the course of the year to the federal government is waiting for that money to pay their employees, not paying that small business, would that be default?
Depends on your definition. That is not in the context of this bill, though.
Not in the context of this bill. So I want to make sure I understand this. According to the bill, is it correct to say that owners of public debt, bills and bonds issued by the United States Treasury, have priority over our military and border patrol, hospitals and providers waiting for Medicaid payments, Pell Grant recipients, and those small businesses waiting to get paid so they can pay their employees?
So the bill does not provide a relationship in between the timing of payment of obligations between tiers 1 and then collectively tiers 2 through 5.
But the list I just noted, small businesses, hospitals waiting to get paid, they're not enumerated in those 10 enumerated categories, correct?
Those would fall into the third tier.
Third tier. And we can't pay third tier until we've paid all of tier 1. Is that correct?
No, that's actually incorrect, sir. Just to clarify, you can't pay tier 3 until you can assure that you can meet all tier 2 obligations.
But you wouldn't pay tier 2 until you've paid all of tier 1.
Pardon?
You would pay tier 1 before tier 2, according to this legislation.
Again, it does not have a relationship between the timing of payment between tiers 1 and 2 or tiers 1 and 3.
Okay, maybe I'll ask the question differently. What I believe this bill says is that the Treasury can issue additional debt to pay tier 1 debt obligations.
That's correct.
Okay, but cannot issue additional debt to pay tier 3 obligations.
Not debt in addition to current law.
Okay, so if we hit the debt limit, we're not paying tier 3 obligations, but we would be issuing additional debt to pay tier 1 obligations, including all that money, 1/3 of which is going to foreign holders, including foreign countries like China.
Whether or not we paid the others is sort of outside of the scope. It would be, depending on whether or not Congress, a lot of other activities outside of the scope of the bill.
Let me ask one last question. 84 million beneficiaries rely on Medicaid program for their health care. I'm going back to that Medicaid issue. That includes children. In fact, half of all babies are born. Payments to the hospitals are from Medicaid. People with disabilities, seniors who need long-term care. Medicare doesn't provide for long-term care. Does this legislation put in tier 1 obligations for payments to rural hospitals who get paid by Medicaid?
This legislation exclusively limits tier 1 to payment of the public debt, Social Security, and Medicare.
Okay. So children's doctors, hospitals who rely on health care, safety net and rural hospitals who rely on that Medicaid payment to keep their doors open, nursing homes, much of their money coming from Medicaid to provide for their patients, would have to find ways to basically cover their financial needs while the federal government is, and I know you're not using the word default, but it sure feels like default to me, not paying those obligations to those entities.
That would go beyond the context of the bill and be up to Congress and the Secretary of Treasury.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Sure. I'd like to begin by saying I was at the field hearing in Oklahoma, and there may have been one question about debt ceiling, but one question does not a hearing make. And unless I'm mistaken, none of the witnesses on that panel were experts in debt limit, in U.S. Treasury bonds, in obligations owed by the federal government. So I would really echo my colleagues' calls that perhaps we ought to have had a very serious discussion with experts about all of these issues before we jumped into a markup of this bill today, this poorly conceived bill today. So, Mr. Freeman, you've taken great pains to talk about the different tiers that exist in this legislation. Why is the bill divided into tiers?
As that goes outside the context of the actual mechanics of the bill, I would defer to the chairman.
Yeah, can you please put the microphone closer to your mouth so we can understand your answer?
As the question as to why the bill is as it is goes outside of the actual mechanics of the bill, I would defer that to.
But you admit there are tiers in the bill.
There are tiers in the bill.
So the tiers give preferential treatment to certain groups of people over others.
Again, the tiers aren't specific
Tiers
people.
don't prioritize payments?
The tiers determine the order in which certain payments, the
So
Secretary
they
of Treasury must
prioritize the order in which payments would be made. Is that not correct?
They provide directive authority to the Secretary of Treasury on how obligations should be
So
met.
they prioritize for the Secretary of Treasury who gets paid first.
They direct the Secretary of Treasury to only meet such obligations in tiers 3, 4, and 5 if obligations to tiers 2 can first be met.
So it prioritizes tier 1 over all the other tier. I mean, you can just say it. We know you're dancing around it. I think everybody here understands when you have tiers of things, you are prioritizing payments. You get to prioritize who has preference over everybody else.
Yeah, and to clarify, for tier 1, there is no relationship in between when you should pay relative to other tiers.
But the tiers do create priorities in who gets paid first.
The
Or
tiers,
who gets directed to pay first, so that we're not dancing around. I mean, there's a lot of tap dancing going on here, but I think any normal, general person in the public understands tiers mean priorities. You know, as somebody who has a household budget and who has to pay bills monthly, if I decided not to pay some of my bills, my credit is affected. Whether or not I paid some and not others, I still take a hit to my credit rating. And so in this whole tier scheme, it doesn't matter if you're paying bondholders and Social Security payments, if you're not making other payments, it still is going to affect the creditworthiness of the United States government. Because if people don't have faith that we will pay our bills, then we're going to have to borrow at increased interest rates. Not very good for our country. I want to go back to the things that are not enumerated in Tier 1. Medicaid benefits, the hospitals that are able to keep their doors open because of those aren't in Tier 1, are they?
no, there are only 3 items in tier 1. Again, public debt, Medicare.
Okay, I'm just asking whether Medicaid is in Tier 1, the top priority group. Yes or no?
Medicaid is not one of the enumerated.
Medicaid is not, thank you. Veterans benefits
Veterans benefits is not one of the enumerated.
is not in Tier 1. Military pay
No,
for our
both-
active duty military.
Both veterans benefits and military pay are the first obligation in tier 2.
But they're not in Tier 1. My question was whether they are in Tier 1, the number 1 priority. I'm not asking what tier they're in. I'm asking, are they our most important priority? Are they in Tier 1?
Again, I'll defer on priority to you in terms of whether or not they're in tier 1.
Are they in Tier
or
1?
not.
Yes or no?
No, I believe I
Thank you. No, thank you. Very simple answer. Payments to Custom and Border Patrol. Tier 1, yes or no?
No, there are
No,
only 3
thank
in
you.
tier 1.
Tax refunds to people who have paid their taxes. Are they in Tier 1?
No.
No, thank you. Pell Grants. Pell Grants in Tier 1?
No, anything outside of the 3 enumerated obligations in tier 1 are not in tier 1.
Okay, so all of these very important priorities are not the most important priority. They don't end up in Tier 1. And if we don't pay those, the U.S.'s credit worthiness and our credit rating suffers. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any additional technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Panetta from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Schneider from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Panetta, and just a couple of questions back to what my colleague was just saying. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, if I understand it correctly, this bill does not put any prioritization. What you're saying is it doesn't sequence timing of payments between tiers.
No, sorry, to clarify, between tier 1 and then the remaining tiers.
Okay, but there's no sequence of timing. But unless legislation is passed or the debt limit is addressed, when we reach that debt limit, will the United States be able to pay its bills?
Again, that depends on congressional action.
But without congressional action, I think why we're having this discussion is without raising the debt limit or having this conversation, they're going to hit that point.
So long as we continue to run it.
Right. I believe this bill is trying to say that we can raise additional debt to pay Tier 1 obligations.
It says that the debt limit will not limit the amount of debt that can be issued.
But you couldn't raise additional debt for Tier 2 or Tier 3.
There's no additional
So
authority.
by definition, if we hit the debt limit, we can raise additional debt for Tier 1 obligations, but we cannot for Tier 2, Tier 3. This creates that priority of timing by being able to raise debt without addressing the debt limit.
Not necessarily, sir. It depends on the cash on hand to pay the other
Okay.
obligations.
I yield back to Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, and I yield time to Mr. Kildee from Michigan.
Thank you. When I was listening to Mr. Schneider, it caused me to think of another technical question, and that is, in this legislation, is there a limitation on the amount of debt that might be issued in order to meet the Tier 1 obligation? In other words, is there a cap, or is it authority to issue such debt as the Treasury Secretary or whoever determines is necessary to meet the Tier 1 obligations?
Yeah, so there is no explicit limitation. There is a provision in there that would, while it's excluded for the period of time that the debt limit has been reached, that would then be considered part of the limit after the limit has been modified.
Okay, but I guess because we haven't had a hearing on the specific legislation, which frankly is a problem, I'm curious about whether a Treasury Secretary could issue debt that would fully cover the obligations under Tier 1 and leave current cash and revenues available to fully fund Tiers 2 through 4. Is there a limitation? Is there anything in the legislation that would prevent borrowing to completely fund Tier 1, which, as you know, is a significant percentage of federal obligations, well above what our deficit for any particular year might be? Does this legislation allow the Treasury Department to issue debt to fully fund all of its obligations under Tier 1 and then use remaining revenues to fully fund Tiers 2 through 4?
That would depend on the balance sheet for any given year.
Well, but just use, maybe this isn't proper for a question to you. I'm trying to be respectful of the technical nature of this, but I'm curious as to whether there is any language in the legislation that would prohibit the issuance of debt that would provide sufficient cash to fully fund Tier 1 through the issuance of bonds and then use remaining revenues to fully fund Tiers 2 through 4. In other words, to over-borrow in Tier 1, is there a limitation on that would allow the over-borrowing in Tier 1 in order to accomplish meeting our contractual obligations under 2 through 4?
So the first provision, as you noted, provides the authority such as to meet the costs of those programs. So whatever that number is, there's nothing to preclude the rest of the federal government being funded by available revenues.
I yield to Mr. Byer.
Mr. Freeman, Mr. Boyle has legislation to abandon the debt ceiling, to repeal it. Doesn't this essentially do that?
No, sir.
For Tier 1 obligations, which are 60%, we can borrow from 31.2 without a limit. Let me ask you the second question, too. Isn't the issuance of bonds all Tier 1? So essentially, everything that we do to raise debt is going to come under Tier 1 to begin with. I think you guys might want to relook at this legislation, because it might be a very good bill from the perspective of someone who wants to do away with the debt limit, because I think that's exactly what you're doing.
Thank you. I yield back to Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing that there is no additional technical questions on the amendment in the nature of the substitute, we'll move to strike the last word. Mr. Freeman, thank you for your exceptional job and your service to the Ways and Means Committee and the people of this country. Mr. Buchanan, you are recognized to motion to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately for me, everybody has their own perspective. It's very sad when you take the greatest country in the world and we're talking about whether we can pay our bills or not. When I look back, one of the biggest issues that I ran on was deficit spending. It was $130 billion the first year, $8 trillion. Here we are today, $31 trillion. $31 trillion that's been accumulated. And think about this. We can blame the last 3 years, 5 years, whatever, but in the last 20 years, we put over $20 trillion in debt. $20 trillion, over $1 trillion a year average. We need a professional organization. If we can't figure it out and get together on a bipartisan basis, we need a third party, a professional organization that deals with restructuring and reorganization, because we're incapable. This isn't one party or the other. But I look in the room here, and I have 30-year-old sons. I see a lot of 30-year-olds. I have 9 grandkids. I'm talking for them, because it's very sad and tragic. I met with one of the senior Democrats, and he said, we've got to get in the boat together. And that's the only way we're going to resolve this. We're just talking about politics and lighting everybody up in the room, but the reality is $31 trillion in debt. Take 5% interest on $31 trillion in debt. It's $1.5 trillion a year just in interest alone to pay the debt that you're going to have to pay in taxpayer money. And that's why when they say, can we continue to raise the debt, I don't know how we can continue. We're going to have to, obviously, because of the circumstances. But we've got to find a way to come together. I've dealt with balance sheets of good-sized companies and income statements for 40 years. And I had an economist tell me 3 or 4 years ago, he said, Vern, and I have a lot of respect for him, it's not a matter if, it's a matter when this all implodes. And the fact that we're sitting up here talking about, can we pay the bills, do you know what that means to someone that's in business, and I get a phone call from somebody and says, I don't know if I can pay you this month or next month, or I'll try to work out in a payment program. That sends all the wrong messaging to me, but that's what's happening here. We're basically saying, we don't know if we can pay the bills. That's the message that we're paying out there. Now, we will, by raising the debt ceiling. At some point, we'll figure out a way to get there. But my point, $20 trillion in 20 years, enough is enough. We need to find together. We have a lot of capable members, and I kind of give this narrative a little longer narrative because we have a lot of freshman members, especially on our side of the aisle. So this isn't something the last 3 years, 5 years. This is the last 20 years. And when I look at a state like Florida, 49 or 47 out of 50 governors have to balance the budget. I just feel bad. Our whole budgeting process here makes no sense. I was on the budget committee, but we've got to find a way to come together and get something done. And if we don't, it's going to end badly. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the gentlelady from New York, who is a friend, she pointed out that she was born in 1980. That's a few years before, or different in my age structure, 1949. So what I thought I would do, based upon institutional knowledge and memory, is help trace the moments as to how we got here. And I can do it off the top of my head. So on January 20th of 2001, I stood on the dais and watched Bill Clinton wave goodbye as his time in office was completed. And I watched the new president take the oath. 2001, taxes were cut by $1.3 trillion. Now contrast that with the surplus that Clinton left of $5 trillion. Alan Greenspan said, you're paying down the debt too quickly. It's distorting markets. Well, then there was an intervening war in Iraq and Afghanistan where we are now obligated to 1 million more veterans. So then the answer became in 2003, let's cut taxes again by $1 trillion. So $2.3 trillion in tax cuts, 2 wars, 1 million new veterans, pandemic, CARES Act, defense spending at the end of the Clinton term went from $257 to where we are now, where many of us have voted for it, to more than $800 billion in defense spending. Mr. Buchanan's right. Sensible people ought to be able to take steps to address these issues, but not by threatening the full faith and credit of the United States. Many Republicans have voted for aid to Ukraine. Republicans have voted for, in some measure, the CHIPS Act. Some voted for the infrastructure bill. Well, the obligations are now due. So the gentleman, the witness today, I understand the complexity of his presentation, but priorities are priorities. We all have priorities every month, and those of us who have gone through college-age children, you know that you prioritize paying some bills from time to time. That's reality. But what astounds me today is this acknowledgement from our side that tiering is a formula where priorities are established as to what we're going to pay. The reality is that our debt to China, just short of about $1 trillion, is prioritized over what conceivably in Tier 4 could be the payment to nursing homes, which, as I noted in my opening statement, that this now has become a middle-class entitlement. So we would jeopardize the full faith and credit of the United States for the purpose of holding the debt ceiling hostage to the political argument? We were on a glide path when Clinton left. So by the time we got to 2017 and December, I just want this to be noted again for the record, over and over again. Our Republicans colleagues borrowed $2.3 trillion for a tax cut that overwhelmingly went to the wealthiest in America. And now you complain about the national debt. Friends, they helped to set the fire, and now they're calling the fire department. We, with adults in the room, can resolve many of these issues. The president has said time and again, I am open to new suggestions, but he is not going to negotiate the full faith and credit of the United States. Our witness today pointed out, when I asked him specifically, where does Medicaid come down? It's in Tier 4. Those are priorities. So we're going to pay the Chinese government our obligation and simultaneously close nursing homes in Tier 4 based on this argument? Now, I hope and expect and want to make sure we don't get to that day of default. But this has got to be a conversation that goes beyond we're going to hold the national debt hostage if we don't get our way. That we are not going to do anything if we don't get our way on the national debt. Clinton, $5 trillion surplus. Add those tax cuts up over 10 years, by the way, with interest. There alone, you come up with more than $5 trillion worth of tax cuts and complain about the national debt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly our colleagues here for having a discussion that I think we need to have. And I want to be sensitive to the realities that exist across our economy, bond markets and otherwise. I want to be realistic in terms of what the dynamics are here in this room, on this dais, competing issues. I think it's important to note why we have the debt ceiling and how we should act accordingly and respond accordingly. I want to say again how important it is that we make good on our debt commitments, other commitments such as Social Security and Medicare, just to name a few. But I think we need to address long-term spending. This is something that I don't think the president has acknowledged should have any part of discussion at all, perhaps at any point in time. So I'm disappointed that that seems to be the signal from the president and certainly my colleagues who support that position as well. We know that spending has triggered inflation. We know, as has been referenced here today, that Medicaid now has become a middle-class benefit for nursing care. I think we need to make good on our Medicaid commitments. Let me just say that that scenario is not a sustainable scenario. And we need to address these fiscal realities that exist. Will we do that all here in the next day, weeks, or even few months? No. But we need to have the broader discussion about the fiscal realities that exist and that the spending patterns are not sustainable. And I worry that, the president, I'm sure he's been told that the spending that has occurred under his administration has triggered inflation, and yet I sense that he wants to continue in that direction, further triggering even more inflation, putting our country further in debt, and I truly believe that most of the American people understand that that is not sustainable. That's not even something that they have asked for, and I hope that we, as a representative body of the American people, can come together to address the fiscal realities that exist, make common sense adjustments, and be stronger for it. I hope we don't need this bill ultimately because our friends across the aisle and the president would make the choice to come to the table to negotiate in good faith. But we must ensure that we act responsibly if that does not take place, and that's why I'm supporting this legislation today, to send a signal that we are serious about this. We want to make good on our obligations at the same time, but acknowledge the realities that exist long term and take action accordingly. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A serious discussion about our debt, how we deal with it, the consequences, and how we got it is something that we need. This legislation does not get us to that point. Indeed, this Republican prioritization legislation is a total failure, as demonstrated already by the answers we've received, limited as they are today. What it does do is tell us a little bit about Republican priorities in dealing with this issue. Think of it like a train. In first class, you find the bondholders in Riyadh, in Beijing, and elsewhere. They get special treatment. In fact, if they can't have all their obligations paid, the government will go out and borrow more money from them to pay them. In second class, and Chairman Smith has told us veterans are a priority, we now know what priority they are, they get second class treatment. They're in second class. If there's enough money available, that private out there, that sailor in the Taiwan Straits, that lieutenant in Korea, they may get paid, they may not get paid. In second class are our veterans in the hospital. They may or may not be able to get the treatment that they need. And if there are any third class seats available on the train, and there probably aren't, in third class, we've been hearing about this great invasion at our border. Well, Republicans prioritize as third class the Border Patrol. They put in third class the students who are struggling to get a higher education on a Pell Grant. They put in third class all those people out there now, whether it's a wildfire in California or Texas, or a flood and a hurricane in the southeast. They put all the FEMA money, that's down in third class. And of course, there won't be any fourth class seats available on the train, but if they were, that's where they have relegated nursing homes and Medicaid and so many other vital programs. And as to those who are in the first class seats, supposedly the Medicare and Social Security recipients, they rely on getting their check on time month after month, and what we know from the testimony today is that's not going to happen even under their sorry bill. Because trying to pick out their payments from 2.8 billion payments that the Treasury makes every year is simply not practical. And every Treasury Secretary has said just that, including President Trump's own Treasury Secretary. When he was asked about it, it won't work. So little wonder that Chairman Smith and his experts never bothered to ask the Treasury Department, because they know the answer they'll get. This is a flop. It's a failure. It won't even protect the first class seats that they say they want to protect. Now, I did go to the Congressional Budget Office presentation yesterday, and I kind of have the feeling that the Republicans who were there weren't listening, because they told us of a time when we didn't have a debt problem. In fact, the debt problem was described, as Chairman Neal referred to, by Alan Greenspan sitting in that seat right there where we had the witness this morning. And he told us the problem wasn't a soaring national debt, it was that we were paying down the debt too much. And where did we go from that? We went to the Bush tax cuts, totally unpaid for. We had Republicans, some of the same Republicans that are here today, like the great alchemist of the past, who thought they could spin straw into gold, who told us these tax cuts would pay for themselves. They did not pay for themselves. They dug a deep hole, and then on top of that, in the worst foreign policy disaster in recent history, Bush and Cheney pushed us into a war they wouldn't pay for. We paid for it dearly in lives and in treasure, and dug us even deeper. And having learned nothing from that experience, the same people came back here in 2017 and they borrowed another $2 trillion for a tax cut for the wealthy and the multinational corporations. And yesterday, when I asked him myself, what will be the cost to the deficit if we accept the current Republican proposal to extend those expiring tax cuts, and he said they'll add another $3 trillion to the national debt. So those who profess an interest today in controlling that debt can bear great responsibility for us in the hole we're in today that we wouldn't be in if President Clinton's policies had been followed. We need to find a way out of it, but this prioritization is only prioritizing wrong, and I urge its rejection.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word. All right, let's actually do a couple things. And to Mr. Kildee, he was actually speaking to something that was actually very interesting. My answer may be, and I'm speaking for myself the way I'm reading the bill, let's walk through a certain mechanism here. If the United States functionally has cash flow to cover, let's pretend it's 75% of our spending. Sometimes, you know, in some bad years, we borrow 30%, 25%, but it's somewhere there. The authorization to borrow on, let's call it the tier one, I think is more about timing effect than it is cash. And you and I think, are maybe the only two here who've actually worked in debt markets.
If you could yield.
Absolutely.
I agree with you. I just don't think the legislation specifically addresses the point that I think you're driving at.
Okay, and my reading is it would provide that if you didn't have the shortfall because the receipts are coming in at the end of the month and my refinance and my new issue requirement, you know, well, actually there's almost no reissue, so it's mostly a roll. At that point, I don't have the cash to do my payout. I can borrow, and I saw that more as a timing effect, which is for those of us who actually see a certain elegance here. And my personal fixation is stability of debt markets. I know we all have our political spin we're going to give, but if you read the CBO update from 2 weeks ago, every dime of future borrowing from today through the next 30 years is functionally demographics. And we don't get much of a political play on demographics. We got old. If you read it, it's Medicare, it's 3/4 of it. If we backfill Social Security, it's 25%. It's demographics. You guys can continue to litigate your spending, our tax cuts, great. The drivers of the future debt, if getting old is Republican or Democrat, you guys can work that out. We need to telegraph to debt markets that even if we're going to be cantankerous and have a battle here on trying to get some fiscal discipline, that we are not going to drive the debt markets into stress. And that's why I was personally frustrated to have a couple of our members saying, we should prioritize not paying China. It's a U.S. bond. You don't give a damn who holds it. That full faith and credit is for whoever holds it because the liquidity, how many of those bonds are moving around, trillions of dollars are functionally going to move around this week, all over, being pledged here, moved here, being functionally repoed here. So for everyone, particularly my brothers and sisters on the left, default. Great. if you're going to be intellectually honest on the use of that language, default is not paying your U.S. sovereign's obligations. Now, you can say technical default because Lou, that was the term he created. Technical default was I'm not paying some of my bills. Okay, fine. I don't want to see movements. When we went over 5% yesterday on the 2-year, and you understand the inflation stress and the fact that the CBO numbers now look like they've under-calculated for inflation, at least in the next 3-year parts of the cycle, so the debt's actually going to be worse. I wish we could have an adult conversation that we as a body are going to continue to telegraph to the world's debt markets. We're going to fight like cats and dogs, but we are not going to let the U.S. sovereign risk profile and liquidity. Remember, for sovereigns, it's 2 things. It's risk and liquidity. The ability, how many people want to buy it, and then what's its risk profile. That's why I actually like this bill. I think even if it doesn't make it through all the way, which I actually hope it does, how do we telegraph to the markets, we're politicians, we're going to battle our book of belief, but we're not going to make my kids in your retirement pay a premium because we were idiots. I yield back.
Mr. Thompson, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, I'm willing to work with you or anyone else to improve our nation's long-term fiscal stability, but I am against your Pay China First bill, or as your witness pointed out, it may be better named the Unlimited Debt Limit Bill. I believe in fiscal responsibility, and I believe we have an obligation to responsibly steward taxpayer dollars. As a matter of fact, I once voted against one of my own bills because your leadership brought it up on the floor without a responsible pay for. It's called being fiscally responsible. But this bill before us is not about fiscal responsibility. First of all, the debt ceiling needs to be lifted because of our existing obligations. We owe the money, we need to pay the bills. A lot of those bills are because of expenditures that my Republican colleagues voted for. As was pointed out, the 2017 Republican tax bill, that added to the debt. CBO says that that tax bill added $1.2 trillion to our debt by the end of 2022. The CARES Act that my Republican colleagues voted for, that added to the debt. Last year's defense budget, that added to the debt. The Inflation Reduction Act, my colleagues continue to point to and suggest added to the debt, didn't. It reduced future deficits by $300 billion. My Republican colleagues seem to think bondholders in China deserve to be paid before our U.S. service members that put their lives on the line for our country. Defending our nation should not be a second-tier responsibility. There is fundamentally little difference between defaulting on our debt and deciding to only pay certain parts of our debt. That doesn't work in our private life, and it doesn't work in our professional life. We cannot maintain the full faith and credit of the United States if the rest of the world thinks our willingness to pay our debts depends on the whims of a given 2-year Congress. This bill is default by another name. It is dangerous and it's irresponsible. You can't say that you're for fiscal responsibility, then turn around and refuse to pay your bills. I'm ready to work with my colleagues to put our nation on sturdier long-term financial footing. We can work together on this, but this bill is not the answer. If you vote for this bill today, you're voting against our military service members, against our veterans, against our seniors, against fire and flood victims, and you're voting for China to be paid first. You're voting for the China pays first and fentanyl flows more easily into our country. This is bad public policy. It does absolutely nothing to address the issues that my colleagues claim they're concerned about. we should adjourn this hearing and we should convene a hearing on this bill so we know all of the particulars. There were so many questions from both sides of the aisle, and there was very, very few answers. Bad bill. I urge a no vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a few thoughts. We've heard a lot about priorities from the other side, questioning the priorities in this bill. And my question is, are there amendments out there? Do you have different priorities that should be included in this bill? I haven't heard that. My friend from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, literally said it's a matter of having different priorities. So I'd be interested to hear what your priorities are.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
It's real simple. Pay all our bills. I yield back.
Yeah, thank you. And so would your priorities include a discussion about the $31 trillion in debt and the trajectory?
Absolutely. But the discussion should not be pursued with one party deciding that we're going to hold economic catastrophe as the mechanism to get what they can't get.
If I could have one more question, when would be the appropriate time to have that discussion?
Call the meeting.
Okay. Because I am heartened by what I hear. And I think the intentions of those on the other side are genuine, in that we all see that we have a real problem going forward that needs to be addressed. But my question is, if not discussing it now, when? And I can tell you that Republicans see the discussion around the debt ceiling as an opportunity. It's an inflection point to talk about the trajectory we're on. This is the right time to begin this discussion. To the ranking member's point on Clinton, I would love to be back there. And in fact, I'd love to be in that position where after a Democrat president and a Republican majority Congress and Senate came together and really work to solve these problems. And I hope that we see this from the Biden administration. And in fact, I hope we see it from all of you. And this is the right time to do it. I see this bill as a sort of a fail-safe, if you will. We're serious about beginning the discussions now around how we can fix the trajectory. I happen to think this is very serious, and there could be a sovereign debt crisis at any time. So there's no better time than to begin that discussion right now. If Democrats are unwilling to come to the table, I don't know what happens, but this is the fail-safe in case that discussion doesn't occur. We want to let our bondholders know that we will never default. It is not, we know what can happen with a default, but we also hope we never get to that point. But to not get to that point would, I think, require these discussions to start as you're all saying that we want to do. So I think everyone is genuine in terms of our need to address this. I just hope we start now, and I'd be willing to participate in any discussions we can to try to ensure that we, future generations, have the same opportunities that we've all had. And I do want to push back just a little on some other comments. You talked about the trillions that it costs for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We're seeing record revenue, so I think it's hard to make that argument that it costs trillions when we pass the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I also think it's you look at the spending with this administration, the debt increased $3.6 trillion so far in the Biden administration, about $10 trillion in additional spending projected over the next decade. Like, how do you deal with those numbers? And so I will accept that Republicans and Democrats alike are responsible, maybe not alike, but each have played a part in getting us to where we are now. But let's fix it together, and let's do it now. We got to stop playing this blame game. All that I think Republicans are asking for right now what we want, what we need, what the country needs is for Democrats to be willing to come to the table with us and start these discussions now and put the country on the right projection. You all can take the lead on that, and you all can help the administration get to that point as well. It's important that we do it, and I am really, as I said, I'll end with what I started with. I'm really heartened by the discussion that I'm hearing here, and I think we all genuinely know there's a problem that exists, and we're willing to come together to talk about how we can solve that. Thank you.
Gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to first and foremost associate myself with the remarks of Leader Neal, and I hope that for so many new members on the other side, I hope that that history of how we got here sinks in. And to the pleas of our colleagues on the other side, and let's be honest about this, this is a CYA move because of how far you got out on a wrong-headed decision about cutting Social Security and Medicare. And now you want to assure people that that's not the case. That's no, that's not what we meant. So why not a serious public hearing? You say, now is the time to do this. You're absolutely right. Where are the experts? Where are the experts on our fixed income? Where are the experts on Social Security, Medicare, and military spending that accounts for 70% of our fixed spending? And what are we going to do about that? And where are the experts with respect to the debt ceiling? We do have a common enemy. You wonder why we're talking about China over here? Because it is a common enemy, and you're prioritizing, as Mr. Neal eloquently said, putting them before nursing homes. In my state, a third of the children rely on Medicaid health care. And we're going to prioritize with this bill that's never had a public hearing? And you're lecturing us about we all got to sit down and come together? This is the place you sit down. Where are the experts? Where are the people? Clearly, you must have people on your side that are experts in this information and want to have that out. I know we do, and want to be able to articulate them, because if we don't, and we were to follow this legislation, those children that I'm talking about are going to be hurt at the expense of making sure that China gets paid first, a nation that has said that it is going to be globally dominant by 2045. We better wake up. And it is about matching what they're doing and what the Chinese are investing in and how they've superseded us already in a number of critical areas. And if we don't wise up to the fact, we can spend all of our time here spinning around and coming up with CYA initiatives over misstatements. But this isn't a serious markup. This is a cover-up. We ought to be having a serious conversation, both about China, both about debt, but also about the programs of this country and how important they are to the people we're sworn to serve. And that's who's being left out, prioritized, and pushed behind. And that's why you hear the anger on our side over this issue. Let's have a public hearing. Let's bring the experts forward. But let's not prioritize in a way that we place China over our children, over health care. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. It would be irresponsible to do nothing about our unsustainable debt now that we have once again maxed out the nation's credit card. Our out-of-control spending has already created rampant inflation, and we are quickly hurtling towards a debt crisis that will wreck our economy and destroy life as we know it. Since his first day in office, President Biden and congressional Democrats have enacted $10 trillion in new spending over the next decade. According to the San Francisco Fed, the so-called American Rescue Plan alone added 3 percentage points to inflation. That was the San Francisco Fed said that. The most recent CBO baseline projections project that the annual deficit will be more than double from the 1.375 trillion last year to 2.85 trillion in 10 years, while debt held by the public is projected to reach nearly 120% of GDP by 2033. This would be the highest level ever recorded. The CBO also projects that the Fed actions needed to restrain inflation, which was caused by out-of-control spending, will significantly weaken growth and increase unemployment by some 3 million citizens. Our debt crisis is a clear and present danger to the well-being of the American people. It is both responsible and necessary for Congress to use this moment to take decisive action to rein in this horrific spending. Every primary deficit reduction law since 1985 has been attached to a debt limit increase. Today's markup is a good first step towards fiscal sanity. The Default Prevention Act will remove the threat of default, guarantee the sovereign debt of the United States, and fully authorize the Treasury to borrow to redeem debt held by the public and the Social Security trust funds. I want to thank Representative Tom McClintock for his solid and consistent leadership on this issue over the many years. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I do appreciate our ranking member doing a little bit of the review of history, because I distinctly remember being a member of Congress when the fear was paying off the national debt, that this was an instrument of managing money for the federal government, that the global economy required the federal government to maintain significant debt. These are the certified smart people who came before us to caution that we were making too much progress. What are we going to do when the national debt is paid off? Well, as Mr. Neal pointed out, we solved that problem. We solved it with massive, unfunded tax reductions and with 2 unnecessary wars. And now it continues. I mentioned in the course of my earlier inquiry where I was just trying to ask our technical witness, how would this work? How do you prioritize 1.28 billion payments a year? We have an IRS that is running on Fortran, on computer technologies that's so old I studied it in college. How long would it take to reprogram all of these elements? And the technical witness couldn't answer, and nobody on this committee can answer it. We haven't had a hearing. We haven't asked the experts. My colleague, Congresswoman Del Bene, was formerly a revenue commissioner in the state of Washington, and I think she could opine. She also has a lot of experience in technology, could opine why this proposal is not ready for prime time. But the reason it's not ready for prime time is because, sadly, it's not a serious proposal to reduce the deficit. It is a way to rearrange the deck chairs, the debt chairs, if you will. And I think we can do better than that. There are simple ways to go forward. We could actually cut spending. And we've seen that most of the spending that my colleagues are so concerned about, much of it was actually bipartisan. There is reticence by Congress, and I mentioned the fact that we're spending billions of dollars to keep in service the latest battleship that doesn't work. It was the most embarrassing Monty Python moment when they had the inaugural cruise. We could be serious about cutting spending. We have no plan from our Republican colleagues of things that they would advance. They're things they won't touch, they say, but not things that we will. We don't deal with deficits with not touching things. There is, of course, the possibility of having revenue increases. We have mentioned from the outset that we think the best revenue source is collecting taxes that are already due and owing. It's hundreds of billions of dollars a year that should be paid. People should declare and pay taxes on it. Yet one of the first actions of this committee was to take away the capacity to encourage rich people to remember to declare all their income, which would have added over $100 billion to the deficit. There are things that we can, in fact, come together on. There is unnecessary military spending. There are farm subsidies, crop insurance. There are a whole host of things that I will be bringing up on the Budget Committee. But I would respectfully suggest that until and unless people can explain exactly how you will prioritize, get the computers to be able to make this proposal work, it's grotesquely premature, and it is not being honest about a reasonable proposal, and why I will strongly urge its rejection.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word. You know, I've got so many things to say. I hope I can get it all done in 5 minutes. I wanted to first start off by correcting a little bit of the record. Some comments were made about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and how much revenue supposedly was lost in that. In 2022, the federal Treasury received over $900 billion more than what was projected by the Congressional Budget Office when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was put in place. $900 billion more. That's just in 1 year. In 2021, prior to coming out completely out of COVID, we had $200 billion more received. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is already paying for itself. By the time we get through this year, it will have covered everything of the reduction in rates, and will continue to have the growth in the economy. So that's helped reduce the debt that the country has. I also want to talk a little bit about Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution vests Congress the authority to borrow on the full faith and credit of the United States. But what's that mean exactly? The phrase full faith and credit describes the United States' unconditional guarantee to pay back the interest and principal of the debt that Congress has incurred. That means that every time Congress passes a spending bill, such as the $1 trillion misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, the $2 trillion so-called American Rescue Plan, or the $1.7 trillion omnibus, there is an explicit promise made by Congress to repay this money that is borrowed. In order to protect the full faith and credit we borrow on, we have to have a discussion about stopping our out-of-control spending habits. The bill will allow Treasury the means to pay the principal and interest on the debt held by the public, avoiding a catastrophic default, while allowing us to have a real discussion on spending. I've heard some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim the Treasury cannot prioritize payments. That's categorically false. Treasury already prioritizes payments when it engages in extraordinary measures. It places a certain activity, paying principal and interest on the debt over other things. While Treasury may represent that it cannot prioritize payments, this is a longtime Democrat scare tactic. Congressional investigations like the one produced in 2016 that I'd like to submit for the record have shown that the Treasury is at least capable of prioritizing principal and interest payments on the debt, and the New York Fed has been running tabletop debt ceiling exercises regarding these sort of contingencies since at least March of 2011. Additionally, Director Phil Swagel of the Congressional Budget Office recently stated that prioritization would be technically challenging, but in principle, it's feasible. So without your consideration, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate if we could enter this this congressional investigation from 2016.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, is recognized.
Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Even entertaining blocking America from paying its bills It's so irresponsible, it's hard to put in words, but I'm going to try. This so-called Default Prevention Act, I think, heads in the wrong direction. Here's the truth. Prioritization is impossible. I agree with my friend from Kansas, and that is the reason why your whole presentation confirms we needed a hearing. We still need on our panel to understand the connections and consequences of our actions. That's what we should have had first. Only my opinion, that's what I think. This proposal is a diversion from the horrifying consequences of the Republican threat to default on America's bills. Let's talk about that reality. Social Security checks, and folks from both sides agree, are going to come to a halt. Medicare reimbursements will freeze. We never talk about Medicaid. It's like a subject you're supposed to stay away from, yet so many people in so many states understand how significant it is. Veterans are going to lose their health care. Take a look at that. Our national security will be imperiled with our military and federal law enforcement heroes. Their pay is going to be cut off. We will see the first widespread bank runs since the 1930s. Small businesses will collapse. Joblessness will skyrocket. In fact, we're almost encouraging that people lay off other people. It'll help the economy and be our response to inflation. I mean, this is a pretty nutty time. We know that. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record my letter to Speaker McCarthy outlining the economic catastrophe default would unleash on every single American family and business. We have a sacred responsibility to protect the well-being of our neighbors. Threatening a second Great Depression is an utter betrayal, I think, of the American people. Both sides are above that. We don't need this sham bill. What we do need, stop holding a gun to the head of America, and let's clearly address the debt ceiling. I thank you. I yield back.
We'll submit your letter to the record without objection.
I will give it to you right now.
Yeah, we never got to do that. But, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've always, when I first got on this committee, I think this is a committee that is highly respected amongst our colleagues. I was told it was one of the most competitive committees to get on because we deal with meaty topics. It's an intellectual committee, if it will, and I think people here, regardless of side, really have the best intentions of our country. You know, somebody said earlier, I believe it was on the other side, that we haven't had any hearings about debt ceiling and all this other stuff. We had an excellent hearing yesterday with the nonpartisan CBO director. It was an excellent committee meeting, or hearing rather. And the bottom line was, and I would love for everybody on this committee to just bipartisan have agreement that debt does matter. Debt does matter, because there are those on the other side that believe in this fairy tale land that debt doesn't matter. We shouldn't have a debt ceiling, and we can just spend, and it just doesn't matter. That's absolute fairy tale. So I would love to know that there's an agreement by everybody on this committee, because it is such a meaty committee that people understand that debt does matter and it is real. I think there's a difference in how we solve problems sometimes in the left and the right. I've heard of a lot of appeals to emotional yearnings over on the other side today, that we're going to be taking money away from veterans and giving it to China and all these sad emotional arguments that truly distort the facts and are basically scare tactics. And I will read from something that came on one of those illustrious news stations the left loves to have, and that's the NBC, and that it says the economists say that on the national debt, that if we defaulted, there would be higher interest rates, a stock market crash, a recession, and massive job losses. Okay, so that's what happens if we don't pay our debt. So the other side would love to say, okay, let's not worry about our debt, let's pay our people. Let's pay for Social Security, let's pay for all these things that help with people. And that'd be great. Let's just imagine, let's take that to second step and the third step. We do that, and then we default on our debt. So what happens to our pension funds? What happens to the stock market? What happens to everybody's investments? What happens to everything? It crashes. This nation's monetary supply crashes. And then what happens the next month? Oops, we don't have any money to pay Social Security. We don't have any money to pay Medicare. We don't have any money to pay our veterans. So it's actually, let's think instead of just satisfying our emotional craving right at first to pay what things are very emotional for people, why don't we be, I don't want to say this because I consider us all as adults, why don't we be forward-thinking in it? No, we're not just paying China. Nobody on this committee loves China. I mean, come on, guys. Let's be rational about this. We're trying to actually be adults, pay our debt so the stock market doesn't crash, that we have pension funds that are real, that our our bond market doesn't crash, and that we actually can then pay Social Security, our veterans, our children's, and our Medicaid. It's about correct priorities that base fact over emotion. That's merely what this is. And so, yes, everybody wants to pay everything. We do. We have our debts. But if we default on our debt, our national debt, our sovereign debt, the world crashes. And then Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, those things don't matter anymore. So we have priorities, and that's what this bill is trying to put forth so that we can pay for the other things that are so important to the American people. So again, let's put the emotion aside and let's look at the facts and what true monetary policy means, and then that is our chart forward. Not this blame game about who raised this and why we're here. There is fault on both sides, both sides. But again, let us come together as adults in the room on both sides of this dais and put together a strong fiscal policy to make sure that our obligations to the American people are paid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I agree that spin does in fact matter. But I also agree that cuts matter. And they produce blood. And the American people will bleed, and the blood will be on the hands of those who made the cuts. So, Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose this Republican, what I call Pay China First, Bondholders First Act. The premise of this bill is that it is okay for the U.S. to default on its debts and collapse the economy if we pay China first, and then pay some seniors, even though the resultant economic crisis will wipe out their savings and send interest rates soaring. Economists are clear. Default will delay payments for every group that the federal government owes: Medicare, Social Security, veterans, military personnel, schools, foster care, the disabled, small businesses, government-backed mortgages, everyone. Economists are clear. Default will be catastrophic. Moody's Analytics indicated that a default could wipe out $15 trillion in household wealth, cost us 6 million lost jobs, spike unemployment by 9%, and shrink the American economy by 4%. Economists and Treasury secretaries from both parties are clear that this idea of debt prioritization is logistically impossible. Republicans are holding the American economy hostage by refusing to raise the debt limit to extract huge cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and other federal programs, just like the Republican Study Committee laid out. Default is never okay. I reject this bill and the substantial harm it would inflict on our country. If we don't pay our debts, it will result in lost jobs, lost household wealth, lost opportunities, and wreckage of our economy. I can't wait to vote against this wrong-headed approach to paying our bills. Of course, my answer is no, 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 and no. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the prudent effort to give assurance and certainty to our creditors and to the American people that we will not default. We'll pay our debts, and we will protect the good faith and credit of the United States. I don't know why anybody would not want to join us in that endeavor as we pivot now to the discussion of America's balance sheet and the unsustainable fiscal trajectory that we are on, and the uncertainty now, not for markets and bondholders, but for your grandchildren and my children. Now we can have that discussion free of any worry. I heard my colleague on the other side of the aisle say we need to quit prioritizing China and we need to prioritize our children. It's real simple, guys. If you want to stop paying China, stop spending trillions of dollars over what we can afford. I mentioned $6 trillion in deficit spending over the last 2 years. If it's that offensive to you, then stop borrowing money infinitum. And if you want to prioritize our children, we have to stop borrowing infinitum, because we're going to put them in a position where they will inherit the whirlwind of our failed economic policies, our reckless spending, and our lack of political courage to intervene and change course before it's too late. That's what we should be talking about. The debt ceiling is merely a check on our debt and its implications on the financial health of our nation. It is really that simple. Now, we cleared a path, and we have taken the default risk off the table, and in doing so, we have taken away the excuse for President Biden and our Democrat colleagues to not negotiate in good faith, to not negotiate common sense spending constraints on this institution for all of us. No more excuse. I understand why my friends on the other side are so perturbed and so worked up. We have taken away the president's excuse to do what every hard-working American has been doing for the last 2 years under great financial duress. Record inflation, soaring interest rates, a bad economy, and our fellow Americans, not just in West Texas, but in your districts too, they are tightening their belts and they are changing their spending habits. I'll say it again. Americans everywhere in this economy, with this inflationary firestorm, where our hardworking families living paycheck to paycheck have lost hundreds of dollars a month because of the cost of goods. They are having to reevaluate gas versus groceries, and they are tightening their belts. And why wouldn't they expect their federal government and their leaders to act in the same manner? Responsibly coming to the negotiation table and reining all of this in and restoring responsibility and fiscal accountability and putting the country that our children will inherit on good footing. So I'm grateful for this, Mr. Chairman. We will not default. And but here's what we won't do either. We will not give this president or any profligate spending politician a blank check or an unlimited line of credit without fiscal guardrails and without common sense spending controls. Let's be adults. Let's be responsible leaders worthy of the United States of America. I yield back.
Thank you. Recognize the gentle lady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Neal. I want to be absolutely clear that the bill before us today, the so-called Default Prevention Act, doesn't prevent default. And we all know what this is really about. It's about Republican colleagues trying to give bond markets and senior citizens the false impression that they're safe from my colleagues' own recklessness. This bill doesn't prevent the United States from defaulting on its financial obligations for the first time in history. It does send the message that when we default, we're going to keep paying China and other foreign bondholders. And my Republican colleagues are trying to tell senior citizens that they shouldn't worry because they'll still get their Social Security checks. Their retirement savings may have gone up in smoke because markets know the United States can't meet its financial obligations. But don't panic, seniors. You'll still get your Social Security check. It says maybe we'll pay the military and our veterans, but maybe we won't, because they're not as important. There are no guarantees, but we're really going to try. Oh, and if we get around to it, we'll take care of the rest of our obligations. Food for hungry children, medical care for about half of all births in this country, which are paid for by Medicaid. All of those luxuries, but only if we find a little change between the couch cushions. This isn't a plan. It's not a serious plan. It's a cruel and an absurd joke. But if this mirage somehow brings you comfort, you should think again, because it will not work. Treasury's automated payment systems are designed to pay the more than 5 million obligations every day in the order in which they're due. And Treasury secretaries from both Republican and Democratic administrations have confirmed their systems will break if we try to twist them around to accommodate whatever bills my colleagues feel like paying on a given day. Even if it could work, no one is safe from the consequences. Simply ensuring Medicare bills are paid does not shield hospitals, doctors, and other healthcare providers from the effects of a default. I know many of my Republican colleagues have rural hospitals in their districts, many, if not most of which, are critical access hospitals. Just like the community health clinics in my district that serve a majority of patients on Medicaid, they are already financially strapped. Without Medicaid paying them for critical treatment that they will be asked to perform, they're going to have to close their doors. And seniors and those living with debilitating diseases who need critical care, especially those in remote areas, will be the first to suffer. I want to remind my colleagues who some of those people are. Oftentimes, many families go into bankruptcy to care for their elder parents and grandparents, especially after a serious diagnosis. And my family and I got a taste of that pressure after both my parents were diagnosed with Alzheimer's. But we were the lucky ones. I come from a family of 7 kids, and we had the means to pull together our financial resources for the care that is needed just to make it through each day. But many folks have no other financial options to turn to in order to receive the help and the care that they need. They depend on Medicaid for long-term care. But under this bill, they're out of luck. This is a farce of a bill. In 2013 and 2015, Democrats and even some Republicans rejected similar versions of this bill because of its disastrous effects on our economy. This isn't a solution. It is a colossal waste of time. There is only one solution to this needless crisis that my Republican colleagues have created. If Republicans are serious about seniors, veterans, and anyone who doesn't have the means to withstand a financial crisis, they should work with us to raise the debt ceiling, just as they did on 3 separate occasions during the Trump administration, without any discussion, without thinking twice. Hypocrisy is alive and well, and I yield back.
We've heard several times about the debt limit that was raised during the Trump administration. It was raised, but it was also, Speaker Pelosi had tied several provisions to that. It was not, as you all quote, clean debt limits. I would like to recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I move to strike the last word. You know, it's interesting. I've sat here now for the last several hours listening to my colleagues on the other side talk a lot about China, and I'm mystified. I'm actually perplexed. The bill in front of us clearly states that we will never default on our debt. But I listen to my Democrat colleagues, and I'm actually starting to think that they want us to default on portions of our debt. So what is it? Do you want us to default on certain obligations, like to China? And if so, can we give them the opportunity to better understand why we're going down that path? And then this whole I'm perplexed by, you know, hey, we want to advocate for a clean debt ceiling, and then I hear, oh, no. We want to completely abolish the debt ceiling. Oh, no. We should actually default on the China debt. So what is it? One of the 3. I mean, where's your message? Where is your thought process of what we should do with our debt? Because you don't have one. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. What we're doing is, over the past 26 months, 12 million American jobs have been created. That's 462,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate is at 3.5%, the lowest in 54 years. The inflation rate last June was an extraordinarily high 9.1%. It's forecasted to be reduced at this time next year by 2.25%, normal along historical standards. Someone on the other side had said that it would be irresponsible to do nothing about the national debt. Well, I want to relieve you because you did do something. You voted to create it. The debt ceiling was increased 3 times under President President Trump's administration with Republican support. The national debt rose by $8 trillion over that term of office. Raising the debt ceiling is not a negotiation, it's an obligation to pay for the spending that you voted for. Others on the other side had indicated that working families were hurting. Well, they're about to get clobbered by the Republican China First policy, which will devastate working families. Medicaid, which covers 91 million Americans, seniors and kids, the Child Health Insurance Program and the Affordable Care Act would be cut by 70%. Food assistance, farm subsidies, military retirement, and anti-poverty programs would be cut by 70%. Veterans health care, transportation, infrastructure, education, law enforcement, police on our streets will be cut by 70%. So the improving American economy puts more people to work. More people that are working pay taxes and are less dependent on the government. That in and of itself helps as it relates to the debt and deficit. The president just put out a plan today which proposes to reduce the deficit over 2 years by nearly $3 trillion. These are the modest, reasonable, effective ways to reduce debt and deficit, to invest in the growth of the American economy. And we see it throughout our history. The chairman or the ranking member had outlined the history of this issue as it relates to the growth of the American economy under different administrations. And this bill and all its technicalities should be categorically rejected. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Our country faces a serious impending crisis with the threat of the first ever default on the full faith and credit of the United States. We should be working together on a solution to prevent the global economic damage that a default would cause. Instead, the majority is trying to deceive the American people by claiming that they are taking action on the debt ceiling, when in reality, they're wasting time entertaining false solutions. My Republican colleagues say this bill would remove the risk of a default, and that is simply not true. Debt prioritization is just default by another name. When you only pay some bills and not others, you're still defaulting on the bills you don't pay. It's that simple. And with this legislation in particular, Republicans are saying that payments to bondholders should take priority over payments to our veterans and military service members. Put another way, foreign governments, corporations, and hedge funds should get paid first, and those who have risked their lives for our country have to wait. Economists are the first to say that prioritizing some bills and defaulting on others will still cause an economic collapse because it's sending the signal that investing in U.S. debt is risky. Global markets aren't going to care that we paid some of our bills. A failure to pay any of our bills is still a default, and we have never done it before. Republicans are playing political games with our economy that will have real and harmful effects on all of our constituents. Entertaining debt prioritization as a so-called solution signals our willingness to bring the United States to the brink of a default. If my Republican colleagues need an example of the economic consequences of flirting with a default, look to 2011 when America's credit was downgraded, resulting in a nationwide hiring freeze and nearly $19 billion in increased borrowing costs for American taxpayers. Republicans claim they want to lower costs for Americans and protect the middle class, when in reality, their actions are accelerating us towards a default. If Republicans are serious about addressing the debt limit, there's one real solution: raise the debt ceiling. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to strike the last word.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting the way this is going, and we're talking about what we're trying to do doesn't really help. The very first thing this bill does is ensure that we don't default on our debt and we're able to continue to provide Social Security and Medicare benefits. Please quit trying to scare those people. I know that's a great tactic, but it's not fair. And that has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. That's just purely being a good citizen of this country. So anyone that doesn't get that either hasn't read the bill or is being misled. Now, defaulting on our debt is the primary consideration that the major credit rating agencies look at when assigning a credit rating. Anyone concerned about the threat of a downgrade as a result of default now or in the future should be supporting this measure, which permanently takes the threat of default as a result of hitting the debt ceiling off the table. The same goes for Social Security and Medicare. You know what? I don't know why we recall that we have a debt ceiling. We do not have a debt ceiling. This is a ceiling, and you can't raise this. We have no serious answers to when it comes to our debt, and we keep talking about, we just need to work together. We just need to work together. We just need to work together until it becomes time to look at elections and how do you get elected? And how important is it that you can you can label the other side as those people that want to push grandma off the chair, out of her wheelchair over a cliff, that we don't want to take care of Medicare, that we don't want to make Social Security, that we don't want to take care of our military, that we don't. And by the way, thank you for talking about the border. It's nice to hear that from the other side and about the people who protect us every day, but that's some place that we just can't visit if you're in another party. So I made a reference earlier about being in the private sector, and I guess on the wrong track when saying, you can't expect the government to run the way a private business does. And it's interesting because the business I've been in all my life is the automobile retail business. About 97% of what we sell is by finding people to loan people money. The number one thing they look at is their beacon score. What does that mean? How effective have they been in the past at paying down their debt once they get it? Look, we do need to start running this as a private sector business would. I would tell you this, and many times in my life, the sleepless nights are when you have payroll coming up. The 6th and the 21st of months were really interesting for me, and it's not a problem now because we're profitable. But when you don't have enough money to make payroll, and between the sleepless nights and trying to figure out how you're going to do it, and you start dumping inventory for pennies on the dollar in order to make sure that your people get paid, but you don't get paid. I love the idea that part of this is if we don't get this fixed, you don't get paid. My advice, and it was given to me by a man many, many years ago, he said, I would suggest that before you can be in public service, you need to be in the private sector, and you have to work on commission-only pay and been fired at least once from your job so you know how devastating that can be. I just don't get it. Because we have this ability to borrow endless sums of money, we don't care about how we're spending it? Is there really no fat that can be cut out of this spending that we're doing? Do we have to keep feeding this monster and just telling our poor, hardworking American taxpayers, don't worry, we can still borrow money and make sure you get paid? Well, not me, but I think it's Shakespeare. I think when Polonius is talking to Laertes, and he said, never a borrower nor a lender be, but above all else to thine own self be true. It's time for us to start being true. You can sit here and go back and forth about Republican versus Democrat, red versus blue. Oh, yeah, we care about people. You don't care about people. You want to make sure that they don't get paid. We want to make sure that they do get paid. Both sides, by the way, over the years are responsible for where we are when it comes to debt. My question is, the American people, where is the outrage? And would any of you ever live your lives as recklessly as the people that you elected to send and represent you to be walking on such a cliff all the time and not worrying about it because we can borrow anything we need to borrow. We can print anything we want to print. Our seniors are suffering really a lot right now because they're going into their savings because of inflation. But we'll sit here and go back and forth because we want to make this a political game. It's not a political game. This is about people's lives. This is about our future. And this is about an irresponsible government that for too long has spent too much, too recklessly, with no regard to the future. As my friend Florida talked about, Mr. Buchanan, I have 10 grandchildren. I think he has, how many do you have now, Vern? 8? 9, okay, well, tell him to catch up. Our real concern should not be our political party. It should be the reckless cliff we're on right now that we will not be able to recover some. So, Mr. Chairman, thanks so much. And my members on the other side, at the end of the day, you're as concerned about debt as we are. Let's just not make it a political issue. Let's make it an issue that we can really work on and fix. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the representative from California, Ms. Chu.
I move to strike the last word. I'm strongly opposed to H.R. 187, which is misleadingly called the Default Prevention Act, even though it would not prevent the first ever default on our country's debt. This bill is based on the idea that the United States can somehow avoid economic catastrophe from a debt ceiling breach by simply picking winners and losers once the government loses the ability to issue debt. There are many troubling problems with this scheme, starting with the fact that Treasury officials from both parties have told us that debt prioritization is not even technically feasible. But still, I would like to discuss some of the Americans who Republicans believe are lower tier and deserve to suffer during a debt ceiling breach and subsequent default. They include the veterans who served our country and rely on the VA to deliver the benefits they earned. And in fact, a foreign government who purchased a Treasury bond will not have to worry about the debt limit if this bill becomes law. But guess what? Our veterans will. And what about the 92 million hardworking Americans who rely on Medicaid for their health care, including seniors in nursing homes? What about the many hospitals, including those in underserved and rural areas, who rely on Medicaid reimbursements to stay open? Or the 400,000 foster youth, young people who would be left out in the cold if this scheme were to go into effect? And then there are the nearly 3 million federal employees and 2.5 million retired former federal employees who would lose their paychecks, their health benefits, and their pensions. Actually, every American, including and especially the most vulnerable, will feel serious economic pain if the Republican majority allows our country to default on its debt, even if their debt prioritization plan goes into effect. The fact is, there is a simple solution to this manufactured crisis: passing a clean increase of the debt ceiling. I would gladly join my Republican colleagues in voting for such a bill, just as we did 3 separate times while President Trump was in office. But the bill before us today would keep our country on a dangerous course towards a default, all while prioritizing bondholders from foreign countries over people in our own United States, veterans, foster youth, seniors in nursing homes, and workers. This is not right. I yield back.
Recognize the lady, the gentle lady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And for all those members who are new to the committee, I want to reassure you that this is not the first time we've traveled down the old town road. It seems like we're determined to ride until we can't no more. There's an old saying, and I don't know to whom to attribute it. It said, when the horse is dead, dismount. And this notion that we can prioritize paying our debts and not default is just a misnomer. Now, we've been invited by our colleagues to not be emotional, to not bring up, because I'm so tempted to, once again, as I did in the technical section, to bring up the people on Medicaid and in nursing homes, what they'll do. My colleague, Ms. Chu, talked about foster children, and I'm the co-chair of the National Foster Youth Institute. I feel very passionate about those folks who will suffer, our federal employees. But I won't be emotional. I'm going to yield to the desires of my friends. Political. I'm not going to be political. I'm not going to talk about China and the debt that we owe them. I just want to keep it financial. This tiered scheme is not going to work. We're not going to be able to carve out Social Security and Medicare, for example. Our receipts, our revenue receipts, are disparate. We don't receive the same amount of receipts every month. And so on any given day, for example, we may owe $53 billion in Social Security, Medicare, our interest on the debt. What if that day we only bring in $20 billion? We're going to default. That's just simple, plain old math. I'm not an MIT professor or didn't graduate from Wharton School. Just plain old arithmetic will demonstrate how this won't work. We've had our colleague who has experience in revenue, Susan Del Benny, point out that there are 5 million transactions a day, and it's impossible to disaggregate these transactions from one another. When the horse is dead, we need to dismount. Now, we saw in 2011 when we didn't default on our debt, that we were, for the first time in history, downgraded, which has serious implications for our economy. And I'm sure that you all are prepared not to believe just little old me. But why don't you just believe some of the other public officials who have weighed in on this? 6 Treasury secretaries. How about aides to Mitch McConnell? How about chief economists like Mark Zandi? Or how about the Chamber of Commerce? How about the Council of Inspector General on Financial Oversight? Why not believe some of these people who are not necessarily Democrats as they insist that this is impossible to do? I don't know to whom to attribute this comment, but I recall Ernest Hemingway, Mark Twain, talking about how does one go bankrupt? How do you go bankrupt? Well, you go bankrupt gradually and then suddenly. And that is what this proposal reminds me of. You start out with perhaps good intentions to pay the bondholders, to pay Social Security and Medicare, and all of a sudden you find yourself gradually going bankrupt until you go completely bankrupt the next day. Mr. Chairman, I would like in my last seconds to put some things in the record that I don't have time to elaborate on, and that is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The debt limit default is default, even under a prioritization scheme. And I do want to add the appendices there that indicate that numbers of Treasury secretaries and so on have spoken out against it. Now, if you don't believe these Treasury secretaries, if you don't believe me, if you don't believe what happened in 2015, maybe you'll go along with the fourth estate, the Washington Post. When the chair of the Tea Party Express indicated that we could prioritize debt, she was given 4 Pinocchios by the Washington Post. So everybody who has been through this process and examined it with any economic or financial credentials, not emotional credentials, has said that this is a dead horse and we need to dismount and lift the debt ceiling. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This bill does 2 main things. It prioritizes payment of creditors, including China. I take the point that not only China, but we can't ignore the fact that they hold a significant amount of debt, and they would be paid first before our seniors, our families, other aspects of our economy would be impacted. It would lead to the default of our other obligations, our contractual obligations. It would call upon the federal government to not pay workers for work that they have already done, but pay those bondholders first. Secretaries of the Treasury under Republican and Democratic presidents have seen this plan before and have said it's not viable. The same goes for experts from Treasury secretaries, rating agencies, financial institutions from across the political spectrum that have called it dangerous, their words, and a, quote, truly terrible idea. Democrats and Republicans, people across the political spectrum. This plan is not a solution. Congress has raised the debt limit nearly 80 times before in a bipartisan way under Democratic and Republican presidents. In fact, this plan is so unworkable that when House Republicans passed this bill in 2015, then Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell didn't even take it up. It's a radical and irresponsible notion that would put the entire American economy at risk. And let's not fool ourselves into believing that if we pay bondholders, that we somehow avoid economic catastrophe it would be catastrophic to suddenly send a message to the nation and to the rest of the world that a contract that you hold with the federal government isn't worth the paper it's written on, that the work that you've done on behalf of the American people isn't worth compensation, but somebody holding debt in China is. It would hurt a lot of folks. People whose retirement savings would be impacted by the threat of default. It would upset the financial markets. Let's not fool ourselves into believing that only paying those debt obligations that are formal debt obligations would not have a dramatic effect on financial markets. It would crash markets. This is simply a question of which seat you're sitting in when the plane crashes. This plan would not only cause us to default on our obligations, it would prioritize paying Wall Street over, as we have heard, intentionally prioritizing those payments over payments to veterans, military service members making investments in our national security and defense. It would have the United States pay those folks first. Look, there's a lot that can be said about this, and I've heard and appreciate the offer from folks on the other side to sit down and negotiate. And if you really want to get serious about this, a negotiation requires people to come together, people of good faith, and to commit to overcoming the differences that they might have. But when one of the negotiating parties decides that they're going to put on the table a time bomb that will go off if they don't get their way, and say we're going to crash the economy if you don't give us what we are telling you we have to have, rather than going through the normal give and take of the legislative process. And just to be very clear, it is the Republicans, and in fact a Republican member of this committee who chairs the Budget Committee, it is a Republican with a Republican majority running the Appropriations Committee. So just show us your plan, not the plan for failure. All we've seen so far from the Republican side is this plan for failure. How about showing us your plan for how we're going to manage our budget priorities in a way that meets our obligations and doesn't blow up the economy? That's the plan I want to see. That's the plan I'm looking for, but you're not leading with that. You're leading with the plan for economic catastrophe that doesn't work, that won't avoid the consequences that you are attempting, at least ostensibly attempting to avoid. It's a bad plan. It doesn't even do what it said to do. In fact, the questions that I asked about whether or not it would allow the Treasury Department to issue debt to cover all of our obligations for Tier 1 and fully fund the remaining tiers with existing cash and revenues, it's not even a well-written bill, unless somehow some new language has appeared since I first read it. With that, I suggest my colleagues get serious, step back, put this bill aside. Let's have some hearings with real experts that can talk through these issues with us, and then if we can come to agreement, great. If not, we won't, but at least there'll be a plan that makes sense. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to strike the last word. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. We cannot default on the national debt. We must uphold our strong economic standing and protect American families and workers. I look forward to working together to raise the debt ceiling. We must do it together. We are in this together, so we must. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take up too much time, except to say that I am disappointed that we're here today to vote on a contingency plan for what should be an avoidable potential catastrophe. The full faith and credit of our nation must not be questioned. And our focus today should be on how we can come to an agreement raising the debt limit, not on planning for its breach. The plan before us today is simply unworkable and will not prevent default or economic calamity. Now, in theory, and this plan is purely theoretical, it would prevent default only by the narrowest of definitions. Our credit would still be downgraded, and our markets would still crash as the United States stopped paying much of its bills. Now, Treasury Secretary Yellen, and I'm sure she'll tell us tomorrow, has already said that this is unworkable, as have previous secretaries. The Treasury processes billions of payments automatically and cannot refigure them before a default. Now, I say this as someone who is concerned about our debt and is committed to reducing it. I've had the honor of working with my classmate and colleague and chairman of the Budget Committee, Jody Arrington, and I'm always willing to be at the table to figure out ways to reduce our deficits. I am heartened by the President's proposal today to get serious about cutting our deficits, raising revenues, and increasing trust fund solvency. But while we can have honest questions and discussion about deficit reduction, we cannot risk default, and we cannot pretend with these prioritization schemes that they're going to save us from the consequences of inaction. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I move to strike the last word. And Mr. Chairman, this bill is dangerous and misguided. Treasury secretaries from both parties say the idea of debt prioritization is unworkable, and leading economists say it would not prevent an economically catastrophic default. Debt prioritization is simply a plan to default on America's debt. The five-tier system of obligations which the Treasury Department would be required to pay in order in the event of a debt limit breach rests on legally dubious and economically unsound foundations. Just take I heard that we've taken the default risk off the table. When did the logisticians and the linguists decide that default only applied to bond debt? Doesn't default also mean you're not paying any of your obligations? In fact, by pretending this absurd prioritization scheme is at all viable, makes default more likely. In the event of a breach, credit agencies would likely treat failure to pay other financial obligations as failure to uphold the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. This would create massive shockwaves throughout the international financial system as it is undergirded by the U.S. Treasury bonds. Can you imagine what the stock market will do when we stop paying even some of our bills? Hundreds of thousands of federal employees across every agency performing critical functions that keep our country running would be forced to work for free for indefinite periods of time. And the idea of Social Security and Medicare recipients, so they're protected in Tier 1, but they'll receive regular payments under this bill, but are they going to be insulated from the effects of a massive recession and global economic crisis? That's just absurd. If the United States government chooses to meet only some of its financial obligations, that would have devastating effects on every American. It would throw our financial system into chaos, eliminate millions of jobs, and shut down countless businesses as interest rates skyrocket and our credit rating drops along with the stock market. We saw that happen early in the 2010s. In the priority list they lay out in the bill, even the Department of Defense is ranked below foreign holders of U.S. debt. This is the future my colleagues are envisioning, one where in an economic disaster entirely of their own making, created by simply refusing to raise the debt limit, as we have done over 70 times during the past century and 3 times during the Trump administration, with the financial system in turmoil and our global reputation tarnished, and we would pay our greatest global adversary before our own military. I'm a car guy. I grew up in a NASCAR family. And if you're driving towards a cliff, you don't step on the gas and make a plan on what to do when you hit bottom. You turn your car away from the cliff. Well, the debt limit is a cliff, and debt prioritization is a plan to take us over the edge. The rational thing for us to do is just avoid the cliff, which we can easily do by raising the debt limit, something most of us on both sides have voted to do often in the past, and that's something that we should do now. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional members to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? If there are no amendments, the question... Ms. Moore?
Can I have permission to speak out of order for a second?
We've all spoken enough today.
No, I don't
Unless
think
you
so.
have an amendment?
No. I just want to wish Mr. Arrington a happy birthday.
He's not here.
Well, then I take my happy birthday back then.
We'll wait till he gets in here. If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Ranking member?
Roll call vote.
You want a roll call on the, okay. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Move to favorably HR 187 as amended.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 187 as amended to the House of Representatives. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. We'll have a roll call.
Roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Mr. LaHood? Dr. Wenstrup? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington votes aye. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes aye. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller votes aye. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick votes aye. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney votes aye. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mrs. Steele? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra votes aye. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis votes aye. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey votes aye. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal votes no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider? No. Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup? Mr. Estes? Mr. Kustoff? Mrs. Steele? Mrs. Steele votes aye. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne votes aye. Ms. Sewell? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith votes aye.
The clerk will report the vote. Oh, Mr. Kustoff, how are you recorded?
Mr. Kustoff votes aye. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 17 noes.
There being 21 ayes and 17 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 187 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask the staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.